with a lot of other things. And we were just talking behind the scenes this morning about some of the latest shenanigans, I guess is the best word, that different companies have been doing, and it has just burned me up. And I am very excited about today because I don't understand a whole lot about the behind the scenes, what happens. And the more I get into this role, the more I'm realizing I need to educate myself to be better able to advocate for my patients and to advocate for my practice. So I'm excited about today, and I'm looking forward to getting going.
Yeah, great. Very true, Karen. I think we all get a little fired up, especially after I think we hear from some of our speakers today.
Carrie, I also want to just point out that we would welcome comments, stories, anything that you would like to add to this conversation today. Please just send us a comment. What session are you most excited about? And just say hi to us, where you're joining us from.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we also have the lovely Joni Fontenot. So excited you're here with us today. Tell us a little bit about you so they all know you.
Thank you. My name is Joni Fontenot. I'm an rheumatology infusion nurse at Ochsner Health System in Baton Rouge. I also serve on the board of directors for the RNS, and I'm also in the chapter chair and on the chapter development team for the RNS. I'm so excited about today and everything we have planned. I can't wait to delve into it and really learn so much more about the ins and outs of insurance and stuff like that, because as you said, we were on the back call, we were very fired up about it. So I'm super excited for today.
I think it's going to be a great day. And I think it doesn't matter if you've been doing this for years and years and years, or if you're brand new, there's always something to learn. So hopefully today everyone will, gain something and hopefully get a little bit fired up. I wish that we were all together in DC. We all know right now that can't happen. But today we have put together a great program for you all. So we hope that you feel a little more informed walking away and a little more empowered to advocate for your patients and your fellow healthcare providers, and also for yourself.
I know, I can't wait to be able to go to Capitol Hill. I did it one time, I think it was 2, maybe 3 years ago. And that was the first time I'd really been exposed to advocacy and some of the intricacies of what happens on Capitol Hill and how we get action on behalf of our patients and on behalf of our practices. So even though we're not preparing to go to the Hill today, the Advocacy Committee is still committed to bringing you as much valuable information as possible to prepare you for when you do get to meet with the members of the House of Representatives and the Senate. So today we've got a great lineup for you with the leading experts in advocacy.
We're going to be hearing from Judith Gorsuch on how the new administration and Congress will change the advocacy landscape, and Dr. Robert Levin on exactly what a pharmacy benefit manager is and how they relate to drug transparency. We've also got Brian Henderson with Heart Health Strategies returning to go over some amazing state coalitions in the RNS that has joined recently and some other ways you can get involved in your state. And of course, we can't leave out Hillary Beard, who is going to bring light to the current disparities in healthcare and why it's so important for you to educate yourself on this hot topic in healthcare right now.
We're going to introduce our 2021 advocacy priorities and take some action on an important bill that you will definitely not want to miss out on. Please don't miss out on it. It's important. We also wanted to give a special shout out to our passionate, fearless leader, Kathy Petty-Resk. She is, I don't know that she's able to join us. Oh, wait, I think she is able to join us for part of the day today. So we're really excited to have her joining us. And we're just really grateful for her leadership the past while, especially through COVID, as we've navigated how to advocate remotely. So Kathy, thank you for leading the charge with advocacy during your presidency.
Yeah, and Kathy really has. This is kind of her baby was advocacy, and she, kind of introduced all of us to it. And now we, this is one of my favorite things that we do as a society. So As always, with any RNS event, we will, of course, give away prizes. We love prizes. So you're not going to want to go anywhere. We are going to go ahead and kick the day off with our 2021 advocacy priorities. So stay tuned.
All right, that was quick.
Too quick?
One.
Thanks for taking that quick break there. And we are ready to get going for today with our 2021 advocacy priorities. Every year, the Advocacy Committee will review the priorities and make updates to what we feel reflects the areas of rheumatology healthcare that are important to our patients and our providers. So let's start by highlighting the RNS Advocacy Mission Statement, which is advocating for patients to improve access to care and reducing administrative burden to rheumatology nurses and advanced practice providers.
Very good. And if you're brand new to advocacy, you might be wondering what exactly an advocacy priority is. So what that is, it's a statement that an organization makes in support of or in opposition of in response to current legislation.
First up is our newest priority and position of the RNS on disparities in healthcare. The RNS recognizes that systemic racism and discrimination has led to health and healthcare disparities among many in our community. We, as a nursing and advanced practice provider organization, have the power to enact change and are committed to stepping up our advocacy efforts to break down some of these systemic barriers, particularly when it comes to access to healthcare, medications, and medication delivery choices for the underserved. We are committed to the development and education of healthcare professionals to benefit our members, patients, families, and communities, and we'll take the initiative to educate on subjects related to systemic racism, discrimination, and diversity issues.
Joni, this is such an important issue right now, not only for healthcare providers to be educated and informed, but also for our patients as well. And next, our next initiative is STEP therapy, which is also known as Fail First. The RNS is opposed to the issue of STEP therapy, also known as Fail First, which is defined as the practice utilized by insurance providers that requires patients to first try a preferred medication or medications decided upon by the pharmacy benefit managers, also known as PBMs, before allowing a treatment recommended by the provider. The right to determine the best course of treatment should be the sole decision of the patient and the provider. This decision should not be determined by an outside authority, pharmacy benefit manager.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that this is one that really gets us as nurses very fired up. If you're not sure what a pharmacy benefit manager or a PBM is, you will by the end of the day. Dr. Levin is going to give us a great session about these, and we'll also cover our next priority, which is drug transparency. The RNS supports the issue of drug transparency and the need to increase the level of transparency in which a pharmacy benefit manager reports the difference in what they pay the pharmacy for dispensing the drug versus the health plan and what they charge for that given drug. So this will ensure that our patients have access to affordable drug therapies regardless of available rebate programs or kickbacks.
I've gone through these a little fast, but we have all of our priorities in a nice downloadable page on our Action Center. And it can be found on the RNS website at rnsnurse.org/Action Center. They're just all so important. So if you have any questions for us, please let us know and reach out to us. We want to hear you. And you can reach out to us at advocacy@rnsnurse.org. Our next priority is non-medical switching, which is a policy designed by insurance drug plans that forces a patient to switch medications for non-medical reasons, regardless of efficacy of the medication originally prescribed. This happens so often, and it should. The RNS, we're opposed. The RNS is opposed to the issue of the non-medical switching, also known as formulary-driven switching, because when this decision is made by an insurance company and not the provider or the patient and the patient, it has the potential to put the patient at risk. And it does. I mean, especially those that are medically stable on their current medicine. And again, you see it all the time.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. And the more we talk about these and the more I deal with them in my job, I realize they're often very intertwined. Some of these policies affect other policies, and that overall, the impact on our patients is huge. So our next initiative is prior authorization. Prior authorization is a cost monitoring process utilized by insurance companies which requires providers to obtain approval prior to initiating certain treatments and therapies, which they deem appropriate. The RNS believes that a drug or therapy of choice should be a shared decision between the provider and the patient. The prior authorization process varies widely depending on the guidelines determined by each insurance provider, which leads to administrative burden and can delay the patient's timely access to proper treatment. Because of this, the RNS is opposed to the current prior authorization process and advocates for a more universal and efficient process. It's true, the prior authorization requires multiple people to do it well and to make sure that everything is taken care of with these huge variable rules and regulations put out by our insurance companies.
Yeah, such a frustrating process, and it's become, I've been in rheumatology over 15 years, and it used to be the nurses did all of our prior authorizations because there weren't that many. Now we have 5, 6 full-time people at our office dedicated to just prior authorization. So it's definitely an issue that we need to address and advocate for. And then I have finally our last, certainly not least, RNS Advocacy Priority, which is regarding accumulator adjustment programs. So accumulator adjustment programs are also known as out-of-pocket protection. They are new utilization management tools that exclude copay assistance from counting towards a patient's deductible or other out-of-pocket maximum. So this could impact adherence. I've seen that a lot due to the cost of the medications, patients having to pay off their entire high deductible after a copay assistance program runs out of funds for the year. RNS obviously opposes these programs due to the fact that we believe it is not in the best interest of the patient. So we hope that you all see the importance of these priorities and the ways that they affect our patients, their families, and everybody will benefit if you start advocating on their behalf. So again, if you guys have any questions, any comments, if you want to access the downloadable resource that Joni had talked about earlier, just reach out to us, advocacy@rnsnurse.org, or visit our Action Center on the RNS website.
You can also use the chat feature to interact with us throughout the day. We want to hear from you. Send us your comments, your questions, even your personal stories. I feel like the personal stories is what hits home the most and makes it more real and more of how serious this problem is. We would love to hear from you. And I couldn't agree more, Carrie. There's so much we can do as healthcare providers to continuously provide the best care possible for our patients. We're going to jump right into it and get started for the day. Our first session is with Brian Henderson, and this is going to be such a good one. So be sure to stay with us.
And we're off to a great start today on our Advocacy Summit. And give me just a minute. Let me make some adjustments there. There we go. So we're off to a great start today on our Advocacy Summit, and we thank you for joining us today. Now, you might be joining us from a couple of different locations. One might be on the rnsevents.org website, and on that website, you will be able to, on the right-hand side, there's a chat function that you can ask questions, that you can interact with us. If you tell us where you're listening from today, say hello. We'd love to say hello back to you, and definitely let us know how your day is going. You might be also watching on the Rheumatology Nurses Society's Facebook events page, or LinkedIn, or YouTube. Anywhere you're at, please feel free to jump into the chat and let us know where you're watching from today. We thank you. We're going to be starting with Brian here in just a few minutes. Definitely, if you have any questions or anything else, now's a great time to go grab a coffee, and we will be right back here in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm so excited to introduce our first speaker of the day to you all, Brian Henderson, who is going to be speaking on current state coalitions that the RNS is involved with and how you can get more involved in your state. Brian serves as Director of State Government Affairs for Heart Health Strategies and also currently serves as Chair-elect of the State Access to Innovative Medicines Coalition. Welcome, Brian. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thanks for the introduction. As mentioned, I serve as Director of State Government Affairs at Heart Health Strategies, also Chair-elect of the State Access to Innovative Medicines Coalition, which is the primary organizing vehicle for a lot of the step therapy and out-of-pocket cost legislation that I know RNS has a strong interest in. So in those roles, I've been afforded the opportunity to work on a number of issues, including a number of priorities that intersect with RNS's own. And so we've done a lot of hands-on work, I think, to the extent that we can actually call it hands-on in the virtual model and in space that we've been using for the past year. And on many of these priorities, and I hope that my experience with those initiatives will prove insightful. I'm definitely excited to be here with you virtually today to talk about a number of the state-based coalitions that RNS has lended their support to. The policy process, the results in those states, why that matters more broadly, what it can mean moving forward for a state that you reside in. Additionally, you'll also see in my agenda overview, I wanted to make sure that there was something for those folks who don't actually reside in 3 states that I'm going to look to go into detail on. So I wanted to provide an outlook or overview for what the state policy environment looks like for the folks that are residing in other states, and a quick how-to on how to get involved in different action that you can take. So as I mentioned in the introduction, RNS has lent its support to 3 state-based coalitions. I was involved in or personally led, and we certainly thank RNS for their support. Those 3 states this year were Arkansas, Arizona, and Nebraska, all of which had active legislation to reform the use of step therapy. The last time I spoke with the RNS about state-level access issues in the previous year, I think I remarked that I had yet to meet a rheumatology professional in my travels across the country who had not encountered some sort of issue with step therapy. In case anyone in the audience happens to be, one of the lucky ones who has managed to avoid this issue somehow, first, congratulations. Second, a brief level set when we talk about step therapy and legislation to reform its use. Really, what we're primarily talking about are, utilization management requirements that require trial and failure of 1 or more drugs prior to providing coverage for the originally prescribed drug. And in terms of the policy, the legislation that will typically try and streamline the process of requesting an exception to the protocol. Today, I wanted to begin with Arkansas. And one of the goals of the presentation is going to be taking you through the process these bills have been through, providing a status update for where they stand. But another goal, and perhaps the more interesting one that I want to kind of delve into, is going to be exploring the different outcomes in each of those states, because we're working off of the same model language in each of these states, Arkansas, Arizona, and Nebraska, but we encounter very different political circumstances in each of them, and as a result, different outcomes. And I'm hoping that will display how policy and politics intersect, and how important it is to have strong coalitions supporting these efforts. And so we've got sort of our very own A and B experiment set up. And so here in Arkansas, I'll begin by talking a little bit about the model legislation and what it does. So this part is going to be a little bit top heavy. And the reason for that is because the Arkansas legislation adheres most closely to the national model supported by, for example, the Coalition of State Rheumatology Organizations, RNS, many other organizations across the country. What these bills do falls into 3 distinct policy buckets, some of which I kind of explained, I think, during my previous presentation to the RNS. And the first bucket there are clinical review criteria. And this section of the legislation will typically require that any health plan that's setting up a step therapy protocol, it requires them to use high quality evidence that specifically justifies the sequence of therapies and up-to-date clinical practice guidelines, and ensures that the evidence that they're using is free of a conflict of interest or bias. And ideally, this is going to nip some of the egregious step edits in the bud and will prevent them from cherry picking certain information to justify a purely cost-based approach to protocol creation. I think, in guidelines, for example, such as the American College of Rheumatology's guidelines, they're written with sufficient flexibility to allow for provider and patient choice in terms of treatment decision. And so, even with this particular provision in place, there's still some gray area, there's still some nuance and room to maneuver for health plans where the protocols aren't necessarily going to be, what we would like them to be, at least on an individual basis. And that's where the second kind of bucket for this policy approach comes, and that's the exceptions criteria. And I think that's the real meat of the legislation. That section will typically allow prescribers to override a step therapy protocol under certain circumstances, and there are really 5 main circumstances that we shoot for in overriding a protocol. But we do want to keep in mind that not all of these criteria will make it past the finish line intact in any given state. And so, step therapy reform legislation, I think, really kind of started out in the earlier part of the previous decade, probably around 2009, 2010 or so. And as we progressed in time, more organizations have gotten involved in the issue, as you can see kind of on the right side of this slide right here, just the bevy of support and diverse support this has across the patient and provider advocacy community. We've really been able to get stronger and stronger laws passed. But a lot of the previous laws, the ones that were passed earlier, don't have as strong provisions. Arkansas was a state, this was an example of that, where there was just one kind of shoddy provision on the books that we were really looking to update to ensure that the law really matched some of the stronger laws that have passed recently. So the 5 main exceptions criteria, because I think I've gone off on a bit of a tangent there, are: first, the prescriber can override the protocol if the required drug is contraindicated, if it will likely cause an adverse reaction or physical or mental harm. The second one is if the required drug is expected to be ineffective, and that could be based on the known clinical characteristics of the patient, the known clinical characteristics of the drug regimen, something that would, cause you to expect that the required drug is going to be ineffective for the patient. Maybe it's some sort of test or something along those lines. Third, if the patient has already tried and failed the required drug, and one of the important provisions we have here as well is it doesn't just have to be the specific drug that they've tried and failed. If there's a drug that's sufficiently similar, say the drug has the same mechanism of action or is in the ssame pharmacologic class as the required drug, that's another instance or example of when you may be able to override the protocol. But not all of the states have the breadth of that language, and some do limit it just to the specific drug. And fourth, if the required drug is not in the best interest of the patient based on medical necessity. Now, this one is fairly broad. In some states, we have that provision as written, so best interest of the patient based on medical necessity. But other states require us to define it depending on the political circumstances. So that's something you'll see a little bit later in the presentation. So you may ask the question, what is medical necessity? What is the best interest of the patient? One of the examples here for which a patient might qualify for an exception here is, let's say you've got a pilot and the side effect of the drug is drowsiness. I think it's probably in the patient's best interest, not to mention the public's best interest, that they are able to step over to a different drug that maybe doesn't have that side effect, or perhaps they're a truck driver and the side effect is seizures. There are a bevy of circumstances under which a specific drug may not be in their best interest. The fifth and final one is if the patient is already stable on a drug other than the required drug, and the drug that they're stable on still does have to be covered by the health plan. And so this is an important policy area which kind of intersects with some of the other policy initiatives that many patient provider advocacy organizations undertake with respect to non-medical switching. Whereas this one doesn't necessarily protect you from formulary exclusions or movement within a formulary that causes out-of-pocket costs to rise, for example. If you were, say, switching health plans and the new health plan wanted to make you go back through the step therapy protocol, if this law was in place, this provision was in place, they couldn't make you do that so long as you were stable on the drug, and the drug that you're stable on is still covered by the health plan. The next policy bucket, and this is the last policy bucket, I promise, and then we'll actually get to the nitty-gritty of what's going on in Arkansas, is process details. And primarily, we're looking at having consistent determination timelines, and we really want to shoot for 24 or 72 hours, depending on whether or not there are exigent circumstances, or if it's normal and there's no exigent circumstances that would warrant that quick of a turnaround. And so now that we've gotten that out of the way, as you can see, one of the 2 Arkansas bills has already been signed into law, and I'm really excited about that, and I think RNS should be excited about that too. SB 99 was signed into law as Act 97 by the governor sometime between February 9th and February 22nd of this year. Interestingly enough, the legislation was delivered to the governor on February 9th, at which case he has about 5 days to sign the legislation. Otherwise, it would go back to the legislature as effectively a pocket veto. But because of the snowstorms, nobody could actually figure out whether or not the governor had signed the legislation. So we were all kind of waiting with bated breath to figure out what had actually happened before the website could be updated. One of the weird effects of the cold front that went on in the southern part of the country this year. We obviously expected the legislation to be signed because of the overwhelming support of the legislature. It passed unanimously in both chambers, but just kind of a little, process detail there. That was interesting and a little bit of a wrinkle in terms of the timeline. As such, the law that was passed is going to apply to health plans that are issued or delivered in the state of Arkansas on January 1st, 2022. SB 446 there, which you'll see on your screen as well, is a piece of follow-on legislation. And so what this piece of legislation is going to do is it's going to extend the application of Act 97 to the Arkansas Works program, which is the Medicaid expansion population in Arkansas. And that's still pending in the legislature. I am happy to report that Arkansas is poised to become the strongest law in the country in terms of its provisions, if not its total covered lives, when it goes into effect in 2022. It's the law that adheres most closely to the national model legislation, which I described above. And it's a result, quite frankly, that I wouldn't have originally expected going into this year, because the pandemic has presented a number of challenges for advocacy organizations. I'm sure that you all are well versed in those in turn, because it's a problem that's presented beyond the realm of advocacy in terms of bandwidth and capacity. In terms of ability to actually get to state capitals, in terms of resources and how we allocate our time. This sort of new virtual world has presented us with a lot of opportunities, but also certainly a lot of challenges. There are other challenges that are specific to advocacy in terms of attention and time that legislators have with a broad array of new and emerging issues that they actually have to consider. And so these difficulties in Arkansas were compounded by one major factor, and that's that the Arkansas legislature opted to conduct its activities in person without opportunity for advocates to actually provide virtual testimony. And as I'm sure you know, many organizations have travel bans in place. They've barred their personnel from being physically present in state capitals. And so we typically rely a lot on generating a lot of pathos with, testimony panels of patients who have been negatively impacted by step therapy or utilization management tool, and the expertise of providers on the science that actually makes these bills successful. And it wasn't an option that we really had available to us. So we had to go with a much more narrow or tailored panel of testimony when the bills were actually heard in committee. But it also means that, there's really a lot of work that has to be done around the edges to ensure that our message is reaching legislators. So that included getting the logos of all the supporting organizations together to show, legislators the broad support from a diverse array of organizations there was for the bill, which you can see on the right side of this slide here with the RNS logo there as well. It meant, having people tell their stories through op-eds, other media pieces that we could then forward on to the legislators. And it certainly meant working directly through the sponsor of the legislation, Senator Cecile Bledsoe, having her actively lobby her colleagues, because aside from our lobbyists, there weren't folks who could actively be on the ground going from room to room in the state capitol that we would, be able to have in a typical session during normal times. And the success of the effort in Arkansas, I think, really displays how fundamentally important sponsor selection can be for your outcomes and your odds of success. So we were fortunate to have Senator Bledsoe as our sponsor for a number of reasons. I mean, the senator had personal expertise in this area, working as an office manager for a surgical clinic. And she was also in a position of leadership that allowed her to get her colleagues on board, steer the bill through the process as the chair of the Senate Public Health, Welfare, and Labor Committee, where the legislation was assigned. And she also ranked first in seniority in the Senate. So folks in leader positions, they have these enhanced abilities to agenda set, both from a procedural standpoint and from a political standpoint with their colleagues. So, we were able to steer the bill towards that particular committee, which was more friendly than, say, a committee of insurance, for example, that primarily tackles insurance matters, has a very close relationship with many of the insurers, and so it's typically more difficult to build support in those committees. Perhaps the chair of that committee doesn't schedule your bill to be heard, something along those lines. So the power and ability to agenda set in that matter was enormously important for steering away from that committee and speeding this piece of legislation through the process, although, theoretically it is germane to the matter of insurance and theoretically could go to the insurance committee as a matter of jurisdiction. So that certainly took some political capital. And I think it's one of the reasons that we achieved the outcome that we were able to in Arkansas. I think, in a manner, the stars here really aligned for us. To get a bill through in a single session in the rapid fashion that we were able to is attributable to a really good foundation that was laid through the fall of 2020, preceding the 2021 session, and the good work of the coalition to provide grassroots support for the bill at each stage of the process, and the support of the sponsor's leadership on the initiative. And it was introduced on, I think, January 12th. and signed into law just a little over a month later. And it's the combination of those attributes, good planning, collective organizing, and resource investment that are the key to success. And we'll learn a little bit later, I think, in the presentation that these are necessary factors, but they're not always sufficient to achieve the outcomes that we want. And there is an element of political fate and circumstance that mediates what we actually end up with. And so this next slide here, in terms of specific provisions of the legislation, they essentially overlap with the model that I previously described. It's important to note that the timelines in the bill, they're going to apply both to the initial exception request as well as an appeal of a denied request. Not many states in the country actually have that provision, which means you can face longer lead times if your initial exception request is denied. And, in my opinion, actually creates a perverse incentive for health plans to deny exception requests up front in states where this provision isn't in place, because perhaps the physician or the prescriber will then be frustrated, right, by the length of the timeline and just kind of abandon the appeal process. Another important thing to note is which laws does the plan which plans does the law actually apply to? It's really important to know this so that you're not attempting to apply a state law to a plan that is exempt from state regulation. We're always, I would always encourage you to apply for an exception if it was warranted, but you may not have recourse in state law if the plan type isn't actually included under the application of the law. And so we don't want to get into a situation where folks are, say, applying for an exception to non-covered plans, and then they get frustrated when it doesn't work and stop using the law. So there's split regulatory jurisdiction between the state and federal government here. So many types of plans are exempt from state regulation. So you see there Medicare, for example, military TRICARE plans, and self-funded employer-sponsored plans. Medicaid is under the ability of the state to regulate, but many many pieces of the legislation and laws across the country don't include Medicaid for the reason that it can trigger fiscal notes that would cause these bills to fail. The chart on the right there shows which types of plans the Arkansas law applies to, and these are primarily going to be commercial policies, both individual and fully insured group, as well as the state employees, and those could be university employees, law enforcement, potentially some medical personnel, government personnel, those sorts of folks. And then if SB 446 becomes law, those that are enrolled in the Arkansas Works Medicaid expansion population are also going to be covered by the legislation. And so you might be asking, okay, that's all well and good, but how can I actually tell the difference between a fully insured group and a self-funded group? That information may not be readily apparent. How can I sort of operationalize this chart, operationalize that information in the practice in which I work? And there are three main ways to find out. One is going to be far more expedient than the others. The first would be to check with the State Department of Insurance. You have the plan information. They'll be able to tell you if it's a plan that's under the regulation of the state. Second, you could also check with the plan. That can be a little bit self-serving. There are some plans that, try not to intimate that they are regulated by the state or are otherwise preempted. So I don't really recommend going that route. However, what might actually be quicker is to check the patient's insurance card. That card may list the insurer's services as, say, administered by or administrative services only, in which case it's likely a self-funded plan that's exempt from state regulation. But if it says something along the lines of, say, it's underwritten by the insurer, it's likely a fully insured group that would be subject to state law. Individual commercial policies you can typically tell in the same manner. Here's another tip as well, is to always cite the law when you're applying for an exception. Anecdotally, this has really improved the odds of a successful exception request in kind of our sort of anecdotal information we've been collecting from the law that was passed in Louisiana from the past year. You can cite the state code section where the law lives or attach a copy and the specific criteria in the law you believe a patient meets. I think that one of the difficulties we face in terms of implementation and compliance with a lot of these laws is that health plans or pharmacy benefit managers don't really have any incentive to proactively educate their utilization review agents on compliance with these particular provisions of the law, particularly because you do have appeals processes available to you. So it's very, very important, I think, that you make them aware of the law and why the patient meets the specific criteria in the application so that it will improve your odds of success for getting a successful exception request. So again, that was very top heavy. Our exposition of Arizona and Nebraska, I think, will move a tad more quickly here. In Arizona here, we've got SB 1270, which has passed the full Senate unanimously and has passed the House Health and Human Services Committee unanimously. Right now, it currently awaits proceeding to the House floor, and that's because the legislation has a fiscal note attached to it because it includes the state employee plan. So there's an estimate, which is erroneous in my opinion, that it's going to cost the state some money. It's likely going to have to wait for the budget to move, but we still expect it to pass without issue later this spring just because of how broad the support for the legislation is. It, again, passed both committees unanimously and passed out of the Senate unanimously, even though there were some legislators who would traditionally be opposed to this type of legislation. So I'm very confident that this will eventually become law by the end of session in Arizona. As you can see here from the picture on the right of the slide, we have an even larger coalition in Arizona than we actually did in Arkansas. And make note of that because the Arizona law isn't quite as strong as the Arkansas one. The language here is largely similar to the language in Arkansas. However, the clinical criteria section was cut down pretty substantially. There was qualifying language added to a number of the exception scenarios. The timelines only apply to the initial exception request as opposed to both the exception request and the appeal. And so we'll talk a little bit more about those differences in a bit. But what I would like to make note of in Arizona is that we've seen a tremendous outpouring of support for this legislation. The coalition numbers over 40 members, as you can see from the picture here on the previous slide. And the legislature allowed for virtual testimony. So we were able to arrange a large and really compelling panel of eight different folks to testify on the legislation, whereas we had to really struggle to find, people in Arkansas who were able to travel to the state capitol who had a specific step therapy story. We've generated substantial media buzz around this bill in Arizona. All in all, this is one of the strongest examples of grassroots support I've seen in recent memory on a bill like this, on utilization management reform. And indeed, the sponsor, Senator Nancy Bartow, has fought really hard for this bill. They're a tenured and respected member of the legislature. And so, by all accounts, from, what I'm describing here, from what I described to you about Arkansas, the different variables and inputs in terms of the advocacy that organizations are doing, that contributed to the strength of the law in Arkansas. I think you would think that, things would be shaping up in Arizona to provide a piece of legislation that should be just as strong, if not stronger, and yet it's not. In Arizona, the plans, they've put up a tougher fight that has required some compromise to keep the legislation on track. They have a number of influential friends in the legislature, and that's true in many states. But on this particular issue in this state, they were uniquely positioned to hamper the progress of the legislation. So, for example, the senator who chairs the insurance committee, Senator Bartow, successfully was able to steer the legislation away from that committee to Senate Health and Human Services, which I described sort of the importance of that when talking about Arkansas, and she also serves as chair of Senate Health and Human Services. If it went to the other committee, perhaps it doesn't get heard. Perhaps the chair exerts their influence on their colleagues to kill the legislation, and that just shows how committee assignment can really determine your fate in some states. And second, procedurally in Arizona, after passing through a committee, you have to appear on the Rules Committee agenda prior to actually proceeding to the floor. And that committee is chaired by the Senate president, who happens to be a strong friend of insurance. And so the legislation was held, ultimately, the compromise and amendment we had to make to get the plans to go neutral on the bill and allow for the president to release the bill. It was fairly narrow, and it left us with legislation that's still very strong. And it's still in good shape because holding the bill indefinitely would impose real political costs in terms of the ire of our sponsor, who again is a well-respected, tenured member of the state legislature. It would contravene the will of the Senate as well as, the majority of the Senate president's colleagues, which ended up unanimously supporting the legislation in the end. And so we had the leverage and pressure to emerge relatively intact because of the outpouring and strength of support from organizations like RNS, which help build political pressure on this issue. And I tell this story to illustrate two things: that there are these just sort of inexorable political circumstances that can shift your outcomes, whether you do everything right from a grassroots perspective or not. In this case, the stars align for the plans. In Arizona, you have this specific procedural quirk, right, where you have to be on the Rules Committee agenda. They have to approve your proceeding to the committee of the whole, the full floor. Whereas in other states, that's not necessarily the case. As soon as you're out of the House committee, you would proceed for consideration before the floor, subject to appearance on the agenda or the volume of bills. And so all of these things combined, they had a friend in the legislature that was in the exact right place in terms of position and procedure to actually stall the legislation and leverage a compromise from us. So, all that said, because we built sufficient support and pressure, it couldn't be held indefinitely. And we still got a good bill out of the Senate. And so you can see here kind of the provisions here. Again, those time frames aren't going to apply to an appeal. The applicability portion here is similar to Arkansas, save that there is no sort of ensuing bill to apply to the Medicaid program or the Medicaid expansion in any shape or form here. So briefly, moving on to Nebraska, LB 337 is expected to be signed into law by the governor shortly. Of the three bills, this one has the weakest language. It's similar to some of the surrounding states. And that really has little to do with the excellence of the efforts of the coalition on the ground, a lot more to do with the political character of the state, the relative strength of the plans, and compromises that were made in surrounding states to pass some form of legislation as opposed to having nothing on the books. And that necessitated the introduction of an agreed upon bill with the plans to ensure that anything was able to get across the finish line ultimately. So I'm confident that this one will also be signed into law. So overall, a lot of success here. We've got three bills that we expect to ultimately become law. There are more making their way across the country. So, definitely making a lot of progress on these particular issues. I want to, make sure that I don't inject any sort of negativity around, okay, we've had to make certain compromises around these pieces of legislation. Overall, these efforts have been enormously successful. And so here are some of the differences between Nebraska. The clinical review criteria were cut down substantially. Don't have all the exception scenarios, and we have some qualifying language on the exception scenarios, and the timelines, aren't quite where we'd like to be. And so here is a slide where you'll see the key differences between each of the bills right here. So as you can see in Arkansas, it essentially adheres to the model language. In Arizona, for the exceptions criteria, you have some qualifying language around some of the exceptions, which may impact your ability to actually get the exception, depending on kind of what the documentation requirements are, what the contours, of it are. So, for example, you can see that medical necessity is more narrowly or defined, a little more tailored, so that you can't use it in such a broad manner as you might like. Those sorts of things. And in Nebraska, you've got the best interest exception deleted entirely. And you've got some additional qualifying language around there as well. So there are pretty, substantial differences in terms of the quality of some of these overrides, although I do think that Arkansas, Arizona, again, are going to be some of the strongest bills in the country once they eventually pass. Here we'll have some of the key differences that are continued. So these compare, for example, the timeframes in each of the states, whereas Arkansas and Arizona both have the 24 and 72-hour target. Nebraska, for example, has the 72 hours for emergency and 5 business days in a regular time frame, which is still fairly reasonable. Again, this is consistent with some of the states that surround Nebraska. Only Arkansas has those time frames apply to the appeal. And each of the pieces of legislation has a delineated process for what happens if there's an incomplete request or additional information is required, so that health plans can't just live in that ambiguity and skirt the timelines via that matter. And so you may be asking yourself, hey, if political factors outside of my control can really impact the chances of success for legislation, why be involved in advocacy? Why take the time? Why put in the effort? Isn't it all sort of preordained? And I don't tell these stories to inject negativity to discourage, and it's really the opposite, if anything. My hope is that these examples really illustrate that where there are pretextual factors that can impact legislation, it's important to do everything that we can to make sure that the pressure from advocacy organizations translates to leverage. And without it, we may not even have legislation expected to pass in Arizona. We may not have sufficient political capital to overcome the Senate president to make sure that the amendment that we were forced to take is narrowly tailored so that the integrity of the legislation is intact. We might not have legislation in Nebraska. That leverage comes from the grassroots participation of constituents that demonstrate there are issues of import that should be on the agenda of lawmakers in your state, and that the delta between each of these bills is measured in the strength of the provisions, is a political dividend coming due that can be narrowed or widened, and really depending on how the effort, how much effort organizations are putting in collectively. And finally, I want to stress too that the pretextual factors can be shaped and changed as well. The advocacy it's not just about the discrete activity that you're taking on a piece of legislation, a specific piece of legislation in a specific session, but it's also about the consistency of engagement on subjects of import that really help shape the informational environment so that those political hurdles, when we encounter them, they're not as tall, the barriers are weaker, the opposition's arguments are less persuasive, which in turn raises the political costs of opposition. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that shortly in the how-to, but this information I hope is valuable even if you don't reside in one of those 3 states. There are lessons that can be translated and applied to advocacy on any issue in any state. So briefly here, with the remaining time that I have, I want to talk, just what about my state? And so what you'll see here on the slide in front of you are states that have active utilization management bills this year. So that's step therapy, accumulator programs, non-medical switching, some states with prior authorization, those sorts of things. So you can see there's a lot of activity going on across the country. So if you are residing in, one of those states and you say, hey, maybe I don't, know what's going on in the state specifically, what's the progress on this piece of legislation, what issue does it tackle? Feel free to ask in the comments, follow up, kind of find out where things are in the process. This next slide kind of displays the same map, but here are the kind of bills that still have some progression in this session. So some of the state legislative sessions are concluding. The bills have either died or succeeded. These are the ones that there's still time to take action. There's going to be continuing activity as well. Which is not to say if a piece of legislation has succeeded or failed at this point in time. There's certainly things that you can do from an informational perspective that can help support that legislation in the future. In addition, here are all of the states in the country where there's some form of utilization management legislation important to the rheumatology community that's been enacted. And so I spoke kind of at the top of this presentation about here are tips with implementation and compliance. Part of knowing and making sure, part of advocacy really is kind of knowing what's on the books, being able to utilize it, apply it appropriately, and make sure that the laws are working so that the advocacy organizations that are working on them can fix them if they're not. And so if you reside in one of these states too, it's always useful to kind of figure out, hey, what's the law in my state, what's on the books, those sorts of things. And so briefly at the end here, a little how-to action you can take, a slide I've replicated from my last presentation to the RNS. And so these are all examples of things that you can do to help shape those pretextual factors to improve the informational environment. One that I would like to highlight here is sending or signing a letter of support or opposition. My understanding is that there is an action alert that will be sent out in conjunction with this conference on some federal legislation later. Those are important. They help, let your specific representatives, whether they be in state or federal government, know that, these issues are important to the specific members of their community. One thing that I would like to stress, though, is that in this virtual environment in particular, and this is also true of when things will go back to normal, is that legislators are inundated with email. The ease of virtual communication means that there's an enormous amount of communication that they have to sift through, and often their staff has to sift through. And so the best method to make sure that your message, your letter of support, rises to the attention of the specific legislator or their important staff members is to personalize that message. Those personalized messages have such a enormously higher degree of visibility. I cannot describe it. So I really, really, really would personalize your message in some manner later today, whether that's an experience that your patients have with high drug prices, anything that's germane or relevant to the legislation at hand, anything that you can do to that end is really, really helpful. And stay informed, stay up to date, and stay engaged. So that can, largely be accomplished by signing up for the mailing list related to advocacy for the organization as well. So that's what I have for you today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, the questions started coming through before you were even done, so that's awesome. Thank you so much for Ryan. You are just so knowledgeable about all this, and it is very intriguing. It really is. It definitely.
Well, it's my day job, so I hope I'm accomplishing it to a degree. So.
Oh, it's amazing. So, you mind if I go ahead with the first question for you? All right. How do you suggest for us to get in touch with our state representatives in a virtual COVID environment to find out more of what they are working on?
Oh, that's a great idea, or really a great question, but also a great idea to get in touch with them, because I think that's consistent with what I was describing about, really wanting to build that relationship prior to the introduction of legislation itself, so that you can kind of, again, help shape the informational environment. So you can do that through a variety of mechanisms. The first is you can subscribe to your specific representative's mailing lists as well. They'll typically send out a newsletter on a weekly, a monthly basis of, hey, here's what's happening in the state legislature. Here are particular items I'm working on, or particular policy initiatives. Respond to those emails. Say, hey, here's something that I think you should be working on. Here's something that's important to me as a constituent. That's always a good way to get them thinking about these issues even prior to the introduction of it. It doesn't have to be step therapy. It can be something related, just really anything, that's within the priorities of your organization or you personally. The second is, your organization offers digital engagement tools through the voter voice system, right, which really streamlines the process of communicating with your legislators, because all you have to do is enter your contact information, and it'll match you up with your specific legislators. You don't have to go hunting down their contact information, which is often hidden, quite frankly, because they get so many emails. And you can just send that form letter in to let them know, hey, this is an issue of import to me. That's, reliant on, again, the availability of that engagement. So just communicate with your staff members and say, hey, maybe this is something we should have our membership, have the ability to take action on. But again, here's my caution, is please do personalize those messages. They have such a higher degree of visibility. Kind of third method is a lot of legislators, some of the legislatures have taken a different tact. They're primarily operating in person. That was a challenge I described in Arkansas. It's a challenge we have in Missouri, many other states across the country, is many legislators are open to having, virtual Zoom meetings, and they're more convenient for everyone because you don't have to go to a district office. You don't have to go to the state capitol to meet with them. So it's actually opened up a lot of opportunity for the states that have, adopted those. So you can email, you can call, and, you don't even have to set up a Zoom meeting. You can leave a voicemail. That's always good as well. Those are options that you have available to you to meet directly with your, legislators, and those are high impact activities as well.
Hey, Brian, a follow-up to that is, when you're contacting your legislator, how can you stand out? I mean, what are some tips that you can do to when you write that letter, you leave that voicemail, you try to do the Zoom call to make it memorable, and to where you're standing out to them?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, as much as we want to streamline the process, I think it's the level of detail that really matters. So, one-line emails saying, hey, I support or don't support this piece of legislation aren't going to stand out to a large degree. So any manner in which they can be personalized, whether it's a specific example from your experience or anything of that nature, is going to be important. It's less about explaining the detail of the issue, because many of the advocacy organizations are already doing that policy explanation through kind of their government affairs staff, or lobbyists are doing it, or something along that nature. So it's really about contextualizing why this is important, why they should care about it. That's a big thing. And so many of the, for example, like digital engagement tools will offer that policy explanation of here's why this policy is important. Personalizing that, making it stand out a little bit is really the biggest way you can do that.
So good. Joni, do we have another question?
We do. I wanted to add to that too, like, I guess to make it like more noticeable is like putting your passion behind it, like state your case, like don't just put one line, just put it all out there. That way they know that you're serious and you're investing into this rather than just typing out one line. Perfectly
stated. And also, I just want to interject again here now, because I realize I should say this as well, is frequency of communication matters too, right? Showing up once in a blue moon, they're not going to necessarily remember it's like, who you are, but the more you're emailing about issues that are important to you, the more they'll recognize it's like, okay, hey, here's this constituent who really cares about these particular issues in my community. Those things matter as well. So it's frequency of engagement matters too, in addition to depth.
Okay, so what resources do you recommend I look at to keep up to date on these types of issues and find out more of what is going on in my state to help my patients?
Yeah, well, gosh, I would have to defer to the RNS staff over here about that as well. I would plug a client of mine's tool on their website that has a lot of really good information. If that's all right, Kevin, I don't know.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's a chat, but I'll drop a link to it here, csro.info/map. It has a lot of good information that tracks. Here's all of the active utilization management legislation in the states and states that are displayed in green, and also what's been enacted. You'll get those flow charts that say here's what the law applies to, what are the exact provisions. It's a very good way to keep track of things. And then again, just subscribing to mailing lists, RNS mailing lists, so you get updates on things that they're covering, those sorts of things as well.
Yeah, for sure. Our mailing list would be great. And then that CSRO is actually the Coalition of State Organizations or State
rheumatology
organizations. And we have a great relationship with CSRO. They represent a lot of the rheumatologists throughout the states. And I know, Brian, you worked really hard on that, that utility, on their website that shows all the current bills and everything that's in place. So kudos on that.
Brian, thank you so much. Thank you so much again for taking the time to come talk to us today.
Happy to do it.
Such a pleasure to have you join us.
Yeah,
like I said, you're so knowledgeable, and it's just enlightening to hear everything you have to say.
It's mutually beneficial. So I have to say I have some self-interest here too as well. Like I said, it's really collectively that we're able to achieve these things. No one organization on their own is able to do it. I mean, we're fighting asymmetric battles against insurance. So, I'm hoping to, inspire, keep the activity, the good activity and the action from RNS. We would love to, keep seeing you involved. I'm confident that we will. So I appreciate the opportunity.
Awesome. Well, thank you again, Brian.
Great. Thank you so much.
We have another great session coming up, so don't go anywhere. Moments with Karen and Dr. Robert Levin.
Thank you again, Brian, for bringing us such a great session. I now have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker, Dr. Robert Levin, the current president of the Alliance for Transparent Affordable Prescriptions, also known as ATAP, which is a coalition of patient and provider organizations functioning at both the state and the national level who have joined together to address pharmacy benefit managers, also known as PBMs, and their impact on prescribing drug costs and patient access to affordable treatment. Dr. Levin has prepared an impactful presentation for us all about exactly what a pharmacy benefit manager is and how they relate to drug transparency. I'm really looking forward to this presentation because I need to learn more about this and how it impacts us and our ability to provide care to our patients. So let's welcome Dr. Levin. Dr. Levin, thank you so much for your time today.
Well, thank you. Really appreciate the opportunity to talk for you today, and looking forward to handling questions after I'm done. So I just want to let you know that I only see part of my slide. I don't have a view where I can actually see my slides completely on the screen. I would really like to be able to do that. Is there a way that we can have that happen?
Okay.
There we go. Great. So here we are. I think we're going to be talking about transparency as was mentioned, and how that affects drug pricing. And drug pricing is an interesting term because price for whom is really an important issue. For me, the list prices of drugs is way too high. But the other part that's way too high that really impacts our patients is the out-of-pocket costs that they face. So with that, let's move on to the next slide, please. Okay. All right. So if you look at the first slide here, it says, what is a pharmacy benefit manager? And PBMs, or pharmacy benefit managers, are companies that manage prescription drug benefits, as is suggested by the title. And they're hired or are part of health insurers, and they work on both commercial plans, Part D plans, for large employers, other payers, and also are involved with Medicaid. They develop and maintain formularies, and I think all of us know what a formulary is, but it's another word for it would be a preferred drug list. Which drugs are preferred over non-preferred, have to be used first in things like step therapy, which drugs are excluded and will not be covered. So these are designed and enforced by PBMs. And the thing about formularies is, we would love our formularies to be constructed on important things for us and our patients, such as safety, such as efficacy, such as tolerability. Those are the things that are really important. But really what we're faced with is that the PBMs have used formularies to extract money out of the system. So basically, placement on formularies and being preferred is based on how much kickback or payment that the PBMs can extract from the drug manufacturers in order to get it. So they use their purchasing powers to negotiate. Can you go back? I'm not done. Go back one, please. Thank you. So they use their purchasing power to negotiate rebates and discounts from the drug manufacturers, and they contract directly with individual pharmacies to reimburse for drugs dispensed to beneficiaries. And so they're in the central role. Next slide, please. So PBMs were originally set up to control drug utilization and cost, but they've become incredibly effective at negotiating discounts and rebates from the manufacturers. And basically what they've done is they've been able to take these rebates, classify them as fees that would be held internally. So they've been incredibly profitable in doing all of this. And as a result, our patients are paying their out-of-pocket costs don't reflect the actual lower cost of the drug, which is negotiated by the PBM. So let's say the PBM has a drug that costs $6,000 a month, and the rebate that the manufacturer pays is $3,000 a month. Rebates are supposed to be passed back to the insurer, but what happens is the rebate gets reclassified as fees, and therefore is held internally by the PBM, and that's really a lot of the problem. So how do PBMs get their money? One is something called spread pricing. The second is called rebates, and the third is utilization management. And an example of that is accumulator programs. Next slide, please. So this is a complicated slide, but it basically shows how spread pricing works. So sorry about, in my view, this is small. But what we have here is, if you look at the pharmacy in the middle who's dispensing the drug to the patient, you have the wholesaler the wholesaler is basically selling the drug to the pharmacy, and it's $10, and then the PBM is reimbursing the pharmacy $12. So there's a $2 difference. The pharmacy gets presumably to keep that $2. The issue is that the PBM has a separate price list for the payers, and the payers are actually told that this drug doesn't cost $10, it actually costs $20. So what happens here is the payer pays the PBM $20, and so the PBM is actually making $8 on each transaction such as this. And pricing is one of the is the biggest source of profits and revenue for the PBM. Next. So rebates. So rebates are refunds that are paid to the PBM by the drug manufacturer after the drug is sold. The rebates accounts for the negotiated brand name drugs in exchange for preferred formulary placement of those drugs on a PBM's preferred list or formulary. And really for the manufacturers, they're over a barrel, because the problem is if they're not on the formulary and aren't preferred, they don't have access to the market. They can't they can hardly give their drugs away if they're not on formulary and are not covered. So being covered for a manufacturer is critical, and the PBM has all the control on this. So bottom line is that rebates are, as I said, so let's look at the bar graphs. Let's talk about rebates. So if you look in the blue section of the bar graphs, we have smaller employers on the left two bars, and we have larger employers in the right two bars. And so we have 2016 and 2019 or 2018 as the time reference and the time frame. So in blue is the section where in the percentage of plans that 100% of the rebate was passed to the insurer from the PBM. So you can see the small number for small that increases a few years later in the blue section of the bar graph. For larger employers, the numbers are larger, and you can see that a substantial number of the larger employers in the later date actually got 100% of their rebates passed back to them. Here's the deal, though. The rebates only make up a small portion of what this total monies that are given or paid back to the PBM from the manufacturer. The rebate only accounts for a small percentage of that, and we know that because there have been some lawsuits filed where we've actually been able to see the numbers in the in the pleadings, in the court pleadings. And so what's happened is that most of these dollars that are actually called rebates are actually transferred by the PBM to something called fees, which then are collected by the PBMs and held internally. And so this has been, again, a huge source of revenue and huge source of profits for the PBM. Next. So accumulator programs. And so I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with what accumulator programs are, but these are basically our patients on commercial insurance. They oftentimes, for our specialty medicines in rheumatology, have copay cards. And I think you're all familiar with those. Copay cards have increased in their value dramatically over the last few years as the list prices of drugs have gone up and up and up. And for the simple reason that the patients have to pay 20 to 30% copayment on their specialty medicine because of it's in a specialty tier, even if it's preferred. And a drug could be, let's say it's 20%, and the drug is $6,000 a month. If the patient didn't have copayment assistance, once they met their deductible, then they would be paying $1,200 a month. I don't know about you, but my patients can't afford to pay $1,200 a month. And so these copay cards are essential. So the copay cards have a limited value on them, and they're meant to carry the patient until their out-of-pocket maximum is met. Well, what's come into play in the last few years are accumulator programs. And accumulator programs are brought on by the insurers and the PBMs. And what they've said is that the copay cards will now not count towards deductible or out-of-pocket maximum. So what happens is the copay card starts in on January 1, and the patient starts to get patient assistance to cover everything until the copay card runs out several months later. So let's say in the summer the copay card runs out, and now the patient goes to the pharmacy to pick up their medicine, and now because none of this counted towards their deductible, they now are faced to pay their deductible and their copayment once the deductible's met. So now they're faced with a bill of $6,000 at the pharmacy counter or by their specialty mail-away pharmacy. And so what ends up happening is the patients actually stop taking their medicine. And this is terrible for patient care and is a horrible program that was brought in basically to help the insurers and the PBMs double dip. And what do I mean by that? They double dip because they collect the money from the copay card, and that's not an inconsequential amount, $10,000, $15,000 in a year. And then after the deductible, after the copay cards runs out, then they start collecting the deductible all over again from the patient, assuming that they're paying it. So this is really bad for medical practice. And a lot of times when the employers actually are buying their insurance, these things are slipped in there as they're told by the brokers that, well, you know, this is going to save you a few bucks on premiums. So why not just let's go ahead and do this. And they say, sure, why not? We want to save on premiums. But these are terrible programs. And I think it's up to us to actually educate the employers and educate the brokers on what all of this actually means. Next slide, please. So the middlemen. So unmasking the middlemen. Sorry about the slide being so small, but basically the drug supply chain. You've got the manufacturers interacting with the wholesaler, who interacts with the pharmacy, who dispenses the medicine to the patient, and the patients are basing their copay on the acquisition cost, not the discounted rate, the rebated rate by the PBM. The drug benefit program, you've got your patients, you've got your insurer, you've got the PBM in the middle, and you've got the pharmacies. And so the PBMs have placed themselves in the middle. And then the rebate system, you've got the manufacturer, the PBM, the insurer, and a lot of times now the PBM and the insurers are one and the same. because it was something that I'll show you in a few minutes. And then they interact with the patients. I'm not going to go through this in detail in the interest of time. Next slide, please. But here's what it looks like when you put it all together. And so the PBMs are interacting with the manufacturer, formulary placement, rebates, discounts and fees. That's all the PBM is under control. So you've got your insurer with the PBM, and the top 3 PBMs are all now part and parcel, one and the same as insurers. As you probably know, CVS purchased Aetna. You've got Express Scripts being bought out by, and you always have had Optum Rx as part of United Health Group. And so those 3 PBMs actually control 85% of the market. So this is not a free and open market. In any event, so the insurers and the PBMs are one and the same. The PBMs are supposed to pass the rebates back to the insurer completely, but as I mentioned, a lot of it is reclassified. So most of those rebate dollars are actually held within the PBM, just not labeled anymore as rebates. The PBMs interact with pharmacies because the pharmacies are getting the drugs from the wholesaler. The PBMs are reimbursing for that drug. And a lot of times the independent pharmacies are up in arms because the PBMs are not actually reimbursing even what the acquisition cost was from the pharmacy. And that's a whole other subject. And then the pharmacies are dispensing medicines to the patients. The patients have to give copays to the pharmacy. And on our specialty medicines, I've already talked about the implications of copay cards and how important they are for patient access and why the accumulator programs are so bad. Next, please. So this tiny slide here shows the pharmaceutical manufacturers on the 2019 Fortune 500 list. And if you look at the top one, which is Johnson & Johnson, or in our world, Janssen, they are 37 on the Fortune 500 list, which is a big company. But if you think about Johnson & Johnson, they're not just a pharmaceutical company. They're a company that makes a lot of consumer and household products. If you look at the next one is Pfizer, another huge company, and I believe that number there, if I can read it, is 61, which is high up there, but certainly not in the top 25. And then you can go on down and read the size of and you can look at all of the companies on the Fortune 500 list. Next slide. So in comparison to the Fortune 500 pharmaceutical company list, now let's look at the PBMs. And the PBMs are mixed in these cases. The top 3 are mixed with the insurers because they've been either bought out by or part of, or they bought an insurance company. So if you look at the top one, United Health Group, they're number 6. And then you've got McKesson is next, and then CVS Health is number 8. And CVS Health will include Aetna, but the point is that CVS Health is huge. They're number 8. And then if you go down further, you've got Cigna as 41. Cigna is, or is that 61? I can't read it. It's too small. But in any event, idea is the same. Cigna is the owner of Express Scripts. So the top 3 PBMs that control 85% of the of the prescriptions that are written in the United States are in the Fortune 500, and 2 of them are in the top 10. Next. And these PBMs, where are they getting their money? It's where I showed you. Next. So this slide is interesting because it shows you the number of products on PBM formulary exclusion lists by PBM from 2012 to 2021. And so you can see a very small number in 2012, let's skip up to 2021 on the right-hand side of the slide. And for the top 3 PBMs, what you're looking at here is huge numbers of drugs that are now excluded. And that's just showing you the effect of the rebate system and spread pricing and all of the rest in terms of them actually, the PBMs actually practicing medicine, doing something that they absolutely should not do. And this is why they need to be fought. Next. I mean, who's better to pick what drug should be prescribed for a patient than the doctor or the nurse practitioner or the provider and the patient? Why do these business folks actually get into the area of actual practice of medicine, picking the right drug for the right patient at the right time? It's absolutely insane. And how we let it get this way, that's a whole other conversation, but is a huge problem and something that we really need to act on. So I've spent a lot of time so far talking about drug transparency or drug PBMs and insurers, but why is the issue of drug transparency a big problem? Because increases in drug prices continue to be one of the most pressing issues in healthcare. That's triggered a call for drug pricing reform for national and state policymakers. And so what things have led to calling for transparency and for regulation? One, Mylan and EpiPen. I think all of us know the story about EpiPen, but basically EpiPen went up 400% in terms of its price, and that was just considered outrageous, and I consider it outrageous. So then there was Martin Shkreli, the pharma bro HIV drug, increased price 5,000%. Community pharmacists being boxed out by PBMs because they have a preferred network. A lot of times they're steering patients to their own pharmacies. CVS, Caremark is sending their preferred, a lot of their preferred stores are CVS's or their own specialty or mail-away pharmacies. Express Scripts has their own mail-away pharmacy, Optum RX. All of these have the community pharmacies, the mom and pop shops are being boxed out. They are making a lot of noise, and there's a lot of action in the state legislatures about community pharmacy. State Medicaid audits of PBMs. State, the taxpayers are on the hook for a lot of these schemes that the PBMs play. And I know in my state of Florida, there's been an audit of PBMs showing millions and millions of dollars wasted. And Ohio was the first state. Pennsylvania Auditor General came out with reports. Ohio got rid of CVS Caremark because of exactly this, because they were wasting the taxpayers' money on spread pricing. And when this was exposed, the legislature actually took action. There's increased public awareness and educations by organizations like ATAP and others on the harm of the PBMs and what they're doing. And then it is a top 3 issue for elected officials' campaigns. Unfortunately, what we're facing, though, is that a lot of the lawmakers really don't see the whole picture or don't understand the whole picture because of its convoluted nature. And it's much easier to just blame the manufacturers for drug price increases. And that's just a shame. Next slide, please. So what are some of the reforms that are being considered for PBMs? So these are there are reforms that are on a state and federal level. So they would require transparency around rebates. Federal and state policymakers are likely to need more data on the rebates PBMs receive and more that are paid back to the insurers to get a more complete understanding of pharmaceutical spending and where reforms may be needed. There is a move to ban spread pricing. So policymakers ban this to ensure that the payers and employers are not overpaying PBMs for prescription drugs. A more limited proposal would mandate that the PBMs update their cost schedules with pharmacies to reflect prices increases for generic drugs. And then I think a critical one is to require PBMs to pass through the rebates to the payers or to the patients, especially for our patients on biologic specialty medicines. If a drug list price is $6,000, the rebate is $3,000, why are our patients paying their 20% copayment on the list price rather than the negotiated price? To me, that makes absolutely no sense. And we really should be pushing for the pass-through of rebates to the patients at the pharmacy counter. The reason is to preserve some of their incentive to negotiate price reductions with drug makers, which I think is a good thing overall if it wasn't just totally kept by the PBM and not passed through to the consumers. PBMs could be required to pass through 90% of the rebates. And when we talk about rebates now, we're talking about the whole discount package, not just what they reclassify as rebates. Alternatively, PBMs could pass through the rebates to consumers, as I mentioned, at the pharmacy counter. And the federal government has, in fact, proposed requiring PBMs contracted with Medicare Part D plans to pass through to patients at least 1/3 of the rebates and price concessions they receive. Next slide, please. So, some reforms that are being considered for PBMs, and what ATAP believes is the best way to create transparency in drug pricing is to identify how the money flows through the system. So we want to establish uniform definitions, and I've alluded to this. What is a rebate? What is a discount? What is a fee? We want to know what the aggregated amount of discount off of the list price is, and that needs to be disclosed. And then how much is reclassified as fees, front-end discounts, or back-end rebates. Require the PBMs to disclose to a contracting plan sponsors and appropriate government agencies information regarding to the total amount received from a manufacturer, the percentage that was designated rebate and or discount, and the amount passed back to the plan sponsor. And using the information received from mandate disclosure, establish minimum percentage of rebates that PBMs must pass to plan sponsors, taking into account negotiation abuses. Next. So what are some of the reforms being considered for PBMs? And you can see there's a map here, and it lists, it shows by state the numbers of bills that have been passed, and so you can see that some of the states, a few of them, have passed 5 or more. So the majority of the bills just target the manufacturers, and that's unfortunate because, again, this is a problem. I'm not saying the manufacturers are blameless, but the PBMs need to have their feet held to the fire, and unfortunately, that's not happening effectively enough. PBM transparency legislation is more centered to the relationship between the pharmacists, contracts, and audits. In Florida, this just happened, where there was a PBM transparency law that was basically gutted, and the only thing left in it now is some regulation and legislation about audit. Gag clause legislation was popular in 2018, and actually gag clauses were outlawed in a number of states before the federal government actually outlawed gag clauses. And supporting for PBM is a harder sell. There were active 2021 drug pricing transparency bills and 116 active now. Next. So this is a state model bill. This was the Alabama Senate Bill 227. And if you look at all the provisions on here, requiring 80% of rebates to be passed back to the patient or the plan, prohibiting spread pricing, banning copay accumulator policies, prohibits steering to mail order or affiliate pharmacies, imposes a fiduciary duty on the PBMs. You know, they're not even considered a fiduciary many jurisdictions, prohibits PBMs from withholding coverage or requiring a prior authorization when a covered individual selects a lower cost therapeutically equivalent prescription drug, and provides civil penalties if PBMs violate any of these. So this is a model bill. We love this bill. We hope it actually passes. Next. So federal programs, you can read some of those. The Know the Lowest Drug Price Act passed in 2018. Drug rebate rule in 2000 basically is delayed until 2023, and there's a lawsuit that was brought out by the lobbying firm for PCMA. The Pharmacy Benefit Managers Accountability Study Act of 2021. This is Marsha Blackburn and Mike Braun, Senate bill that would require the Government Accountability Office to submit a report on the PBMs to the Senate Finance Committee and the Help Committee on all of the transparency issues. And I think that's a bill that's been recently introduced, and we hope will get bipartisan support. House bill to companion and have some legs. And then the Biden administration is considering some transparency legislation and ruling in addition. One more slide, next. So with that, I am done. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope that shed some light on it and I didn't confuse anybody, and I'm happy to take some questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ben. I really appreciate your insights to all of this. I'm getting an echo chamber. I'm not sure, Kevin, if you need to do something here on my end.
You sound clear to me.
Do you? Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I think I've had a few technical glitches here. That's probably one of my weakest links. But thank you so much for explaining PBMs. I'm still very overwhelmed by all of this. Part of me would like to go back into the history of this and how we got to where we are right now, just to better understand why they were even invented.
I can answer that for you if you'd like.
Sure. I have a question for you, but if you could answer that, that would be great.
Yeah, let's start with that, because PBMs actually started in the 1980s, and they were not this middleman. Basically, what they function right now is a middleman sucking money out of the system. They don't really provide anything of value, in my opinion. But what they started out with they were just a mechanism for safe and reliable distribution and arranging proper payment for drugs, and that was it. They were a conduit for proper accounting and safe delivery and dispensing of medications, and that's really where their NIDA started. And then back in the 1990s, they were able to consolidate some powers. And then one of the things that happened was the Federal Trade Commission gave them a safe harbor from any kickbacks so kickbacks were not considered illegal for them anymore. And that is an area of a pressure point that maybe we can make some headway on, is maybe the Federal Trade Commission will actually rescind that safe harbor for kickbacks that the PBMs are now taking advantage of. But so they put themselves in the middle in a place where they can now extract money out of the system, and that's really the problem.
And it looks like they've morphed into being part of some of the payers and some of the pharmacies. It's not just a separate entity anymore.
Yeah, there's vertical integration, as I had mentioned during my talk, and that makes them much harder to fight. And coordinating with certain insurers. Now, obviously Optum and United and Cigna and Express Scripts and Aetna and CVS, they're all joined. They're one and the same. But there are other insurers that are actually not part of these, and these provide services for other insurers, and the PBMs still function in a way where they can actually take advantage of all of the secrecy of the contracts. Everything's secret. So the contract between a pharmaceutical manufacturer and a PBM is confidential. The contract between a PBM and insurer is confidential. So the insurer doesn't actually know how much drugs are acquired for. So therefore, the wool can be pulled over their eyes. And so the PBMs are in a perfect position to take advantage of all of that.
Okay.
That's why transparency is critical.
And I think we're going to be talking about that bill in our next section. So thank you for helping to clarify that. I have a question here that comes from Ronnie Doshi, and it's if an employer unknowingly signs up for a plan that has a copay card system, is there any workaround? If an employee ends up being upset about this, can they do anything about it, or do they need to wait for the next year to change the plan?
My suggestion for that employee is to talk to their HR people and be really vocal and upset about it, because the HR person or the group, the HR group that signed the contract probably had no idea that these programs are actually in their plan until somebody's hurt by them. And a lot of my patients are being hurt by these. So I would say, one, talk to the HR people and put pressure on them from that end. I'm not sure anything can be done to change it. Unfortunately, what the statistics are is that patients who end up with an accumulator where they're left with paying the deductible or a very high copayment actually just end up stopping their drug. And that leads to one of our big issues that I didn't speak about, which is called non-medical switching. Because what happens in this point is the patient is said, okay, well, I don't have any assistance on this. Let's switch drugs, and now we can use a different copay card. And unfortunately, that doesn't always wind up with the best clinical result for the patient. Look, if we have a patient who's stable on a medication, we don't want to switch them off of it, because switching them onto another one doesn't always work out so well. We don't see efficacy. We don't see necessarily safety or tolerability with the next drug. It's not like switching from a brand name to a generic. So I really feel like this is terrible policy. It needs to be banned. And actually, the good news is that 22 states have accumulator ban legislation that's up during this session. So already 5 or 6 or 7 states have passed accumulator bans for their jurisdictions. So
it's interesting how these topics seem to morph into each other and affect each other, the things that, we see as being some of our significant advocacy issues.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why that is. Because they're all coming from the PBMs. Every one of them is coming from the PBMs. You talk about step therapy. It's a PBM thing. You talk about non-medical switching. It's a PBM thing. You talk about accumulators. It's a PBM thing. They all come from the PBM, whether they're different policies, but these are all terrible policies, and they all stem from the PBM. And why? Because it sucks money into their bottomless pit.
Yeah, that one slide you had that put the PBM in the middle of everything was very insightful and sort of summarizes that. So Dr. Levin, thank you so much for spending the last 45 minutes with us and for helping to educate us on this. I know you've got patients that you need to see, but we really appreciate you taking time out of your day to join us and shed some more light on this PBM issue. So thank you.
You're welcome. Pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. Bye now.
Bye-bye. So we're going to take a quick 10-minute break for you folks to stand up, grab some lunch, get something to drink, and then we'll come back and we're going to take action on this very important bill, which is actually related to this PBM transparency. So please don't miss out on this next section. We're going to talk you through what it means to take action on a bill and how you can take action on this particular bill through our website. We'll see you soon.
Hopefully y'all had a chance to grab a quick snack, a little refreshment, stretch. So this is usually my favorite part of the day, where we all get together, take the lovely bus ride over to the Capitol. And unfortunately, of course, this year we cannot do that. Going through the Capitol, if you haven't done it, as soon as we're able to all do it together, I hope that you'll join us, because it's so much fun, and there's so much history there. So this year, the bill that we would like to take action on is Senate Bill 298. So what we're going to do, we're all going to do this together. So if you are on a mobile device or computer, just have that ready. If you're already on a computer, just open up a new tab so that you don't lose us, or a second browser window. And I'll try to walk you through the site, show you a little bit about our Action Center, and then we will, like I said, we'll all be able to take action together. So we'll talk a little bit about Senate Bill 298. So Dr. Levin, if he didn't get you fired up, then I don't know what will. He is very passionate about PBMs, and we all should be. We should all be understanding what role they play in the care of our patients. So as he taught us, the PBMs do play an important role in pricing the medications that are necessary to our patients. And through the support of Senate Bill 298, which is also known as the Pharmacy Benefit Manager Accountability Study Act of 2021, that's a mouthful, supporting that is ensuring that these PBMs are held accountable for the roles that they play in drug transparency. So the Pharmacy Benefit Manager Accountability Study Act of 2021 is a bill that will require the Government Accountability Office, or the GAO, to study the role that PBMs play in the pharmaceutical supply chain and provide Congress with appropriate policy recommendations, among other things. The GAO will have 1 year, if this bill is passed, to report their findings to the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. So hopefully everybody's gotten a chance to log in to the website. If there are questions, if you need help, just drop a note or a question in the chat and we'll try to help you on. But like I said, if you feel stuck, just ask a question. Otherwise, I'm really, really excited to take action. So hopefully you can all see my screen now. If not, somebody let me know. So you go to the website, rnsnurse.org, and the first thing you are going to do is click up here at the top on the advocacy header. So here you will see this is our Action Center, and we already have up here the urge for Congress to support Senate Bill 298. That is what we are going to be taking action on today. You can see there are all the federal campaigns that RNS is in support of. And you can also, if you click here, you can see current events. Obviously, we have our Advocacy Summit. But if other things come up throughout the year, this will be where you will find those events, as well as any of the campaigns or legislature that we are in support of. So one thing I would do, you don't have to do this right now, but you can sign up for alerts. So if you enter your email and your zip code here, you will get updates from RNS about some of the things that we are advocating for and taking action on. So it's a great way to kind of just stay in the loop with what's going on. And then I know in Brian's session, there were a few questions about how to find out what's going on in your state or at the state level. So one of the tools here, Find Legislation, you can actually enter a keyword. So we will do, let's do pharmacy, I can spell it, benefit managers. And then we will click the button here. So here all the federal bills will be displayed displayed. So there are 6 of them right now at the federal level that pertain to pharmacy benefit managers. And of course, right there at the top is Senate Bill 298 that we are going to take action on here in just a couple of minutes. But I wanted to show you this. This is where you can also go to your federal level. So I am in Ohio. Let's see. So if you click on your state and hit search, then the list of bills that are being, are on the table in your state are listed here. So there's one here on prohibiting certain health insurance cost sharing practices, which would definitely go along with the PBM. So when you click on that, up here it'll usually give you like a little bit of a summary of what the bill is. You can also see the sponsors of the bill, and if you click here, you will see the co-sponsors. So it's just kind of a nice tool to know what representatives are supporting the bill that you're looking at, and then actions that have been taken are below. So you can see this was relatively new, just introduced in February. So that is how you can find some of the key legislation. So the other thing you can do here is find your elected officials. So if you click here, put in your zip code, right? And then your address. It will take you to all of your elected officials, starting obviously at the federal level with president, vice president. These are my senators. And then you have your state officials. So you can click on, let's see, you can click on any of them here, and it will give you their contact info. So their phone, email, website, Facebook, Twitter handle. So any way that you want to reach out to your official, you can do here. A little bit of personal information, religion, where they're living, where they're from, where they went to school, and then all of the committees, if you hit on the political, all of the committees that they are a part of. And you can also click on staff to see who their staffers are. So it just is an extra tool to kind of help you all reach out to your officials. So we will go back, and I think it is time to take action. So if everybody's ready, what we're going to do is click here on Urge Congress to support Senate Bill 298. Now you'll see over, again, it gives a little overview of what the bill is and why we are in support of it. And then over to the right, you can compose your message. So the subject obviously will be to support the bill. And then down below it's already a filled out formed letter, kind of describing again what the bill is and why we want to take action on it. But if you remember earlier when Brian said that personalized messages really are the best way to get through to our officials, in this message body here, write your own story. If you have a great patient story, put it in here. I even encourage my patients to go and give them their personal story. It does make an impact. They want to hear from patients. They want to know how this bill really is affecting our patients. So for sake of time, I will not enter my personalized message at the moment, but down here then at the bottom, you will just type in your name, and let's see, it'll pop up. You'll want to put your email, and then you can sign up to get text alerts, or you don't have to. It's completely up to you. My address is actually already formulated in here, and I do sign up for the email alerts. And this way I do get email alerts from my officials that I have sent these actions to. So we will hit send message. I did not put a prefix in, so do that. Let everybody know I'm married, and then try again. Oh my goodness. Okay. So I may need a little assistance. I don't know why I have not taken action on this yet. I'm so sorry. Amy, are you out there and able to hop on? Okay. All right. Well, I'll try another cell phone number, see if that works. Oh, okay. So just change up my phone number. Yeah, so this is confirmation. This was it. We took action. And you all got to see that sometimes we have to work through little issues. But so my action has been sent to Senator Sherrod Brown and Senator Rob Portman, which, like I said, are my Ohio representatives. And that's it. So it's very, very easy to do. Yeah, so hopefully you all took action. Hopefully we are flooding them right now with support of this bill. And like I said, if you all have any questions or any issues, just drop a chat and let us know. Other than that, I think we are probably ready to move on to our next session with Judith Gorsuch. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Carrie, for leading the charge on this year's action. I feel so great about being able to have my voice heard on such an important issue. If anyone was able to take action, we want to hear from you. So just drop us an "I just took action" in all caps. I'm not going to write it down because I'm going to tell you that I just took action too. I was following along with y'all. We want you to share your excitement about it too. So let us know that you took action. I don't know about everybody, but this has been such a fantastic day for me, and I'm so excited to introduce our next speaker. Judith Gorsuch with Heart Health Solutions has dedicated her career to policy work surrounding lowering healthcare costs and ensuring that all patients have access to the medication they need. Judith joins us today to help make sense of what it means when the administration and Congress changes after an election year and how that could affect policy. Judith is also going to dive into what is on the radar for healthcare policy. Judith, thank you so much for being here. We're excited to hear what you have to plan for us today.
Great. Thank you for having me today. Thank you for that introduction. We were sort of joking before we got on. I've run into RNS sort of over the years in various venues around Capitol Hill, and you guys are always a great, fun group to work with. So I was happy to be able to talk to you today. So just to level set about what we'll be talking about today, first we're going to do really quickly a look at the 117th Congress, just the makeup of it and what that means procedurally. We'll take a quick look at two of the most senior positions at the Department of Health and Human Services and the nominees for those. And then we'll get into the substance in terms of just legislation and items of interest to the rheumatology community that may get some airtime here coming up in the next 2 years. And those are listed here, but we'll get into them as we advance. So really quickly, the 117th Congress has a bit of a unique makeup, particularly on the Senate side, in that it's actually split perfectly 50-50 between the two parties. You see the two gray dots there in the side. That is Senator Sanders and Senator King. Technically, they are independents, but they caucus with the Democrats. And so for all intents and purposes, we can count them among the 50 blue dots. That's pretty unusual. It's not that it's never happened before, but we haven't had this in about 2 decades now. And what that means functionally is that the vice president is the tie-breaking vote in the event of a 50-50 vote, meaning that functionally, the Democrats have control of the U.S. Senate, since the vice president is of the Democratic Party. On the House side, the Democrats have a majority, but slimmer. And I think this is a bit of sort of a surprise to a lot of folks. They were projected to pick up some seats in the last election, but it turns out that the Republicans actually had a net gain of 12 seats, I think, last count. So what that just means is that Speaker Pelosi has a narrower majority to work with. Now, she's been doing this a while. She's great at it. So, but it becomes very important to kind of keep the caucus together on key votes, because you just can't afford to lose too many. Really quickly, and I'm not going to bog you down with too much Senate procedure mumbo jumbo, but this becomes important in a 50-50 split Senate. There is a procedural tool called reconciliation, and the use of that tool on the House side doesn't matter as much because the House always operates pursuant to a simple majority voting structure. On the Senate side, though, reconciliation becomes a really attractive tool because it allows you to pass legislation in the Senate with a 50-vote threshold instead of the usual 60, which is what you need for most legislation. That said, the use of reconciliation is limited in various ways. So, for example, you can only use it a certain amount of times per year, but it's also used in terms of the substance that you can pass with it. So, and there's a lot of different rules around it, but sort of the biggest overarching rule that you can keep in mind is whatever legislation that you're trying to advance via reconciliation has to have, first and foremost, a budgetary impact. So for the federal government. So a crude way to think about this is it has to somehow affect either the outgoing money or the incoming money for the federal government. And even if it has sort of a policy impact as well, that policy impact cannot be sort of the main focus, right? So the budgetary impact cannot be incidental to is the language, the policy impact. So a high-profile, most recent example was, for example, the federal minimum wage provision. That does have a impact on the federal budget, but the parliamentarian in the Senate found that the budgetary impact was not the primary purpose of sort of the policy impact, and so that had to come out. So just an example, though, the rest of the bill, the American Rescue Plan, the big $1.9 trillion relief bill that was passed a few weeks ago, that happened through reconciliation. So they were able to do that through a simple majority in the Senate. Democrats will, given that they control the House and the White House, they will try to use this procedure to advance sort of other key priorities. So certainly coming up in the next couple of months, they will be using reconciliation to advance a big transportation / infrastructure / climate package, and they'll be trying to do that via reconciliation. In that package, they might also include a few drug pricing reforms to help pay for it. So we'll talk about that when we get there. Really quickly, I wanted to highlight two new folks over at the Department of Health and Human Services. Obviously, we now have a confirmed secretary. As of, I think, 2 weeks ago, he was confirmed on a party line vote. There was, the main criticism of Becerra was that he is a lawyer by training, and so people felt that he didn't have enough healthcare experience. That said, he most recently was Attorney General for the state of California, but before that, he served quite a long time in the House, in the U.S. Congress, including on the Ways and Means Committee, which has jurisdiction over healthcare payment. So it's not that he's new to this, right? He's pretty familiar with Medicare payment, I think. Before that, he was in the California legislature, and of course, he has some pretty impressive educational credentials as well. On the CMS side, this is a key position because this person is essentially in charge of Medicare payment and Medicaid payment. We have a nominee, and that's Shakita Brooks-LaSure. If Becerra, if the criticism of his resume was that it was sort of light on healthcare policy, she's the opposite. Her resume is sort of the perfect healthcare policy resume in the sense that she spent time in the administration under Obama. She spent time on the Ways and Means Democratic staff on the Hill in the House, and she spent time in the private sector. So she kind of has that nice breadth of experience. Topically speaking, and this aligns nicely sort of substantively as well with the Biden administration, her focus has really been in the past a lot on coverage expansion, particularly back in the day, sort of implementing ACA coverage, implementing the insurance reform provisions from the ACA. And that kind of tells us something about, a priority of the Biden administration, which we'll talk about, which is coverage expansion. Now, her nomination was announced a couple of weeks ago, but we don't have a date yet for her confirmation hearing. But I would fully expect that to be in the next couple of weeks. So we're keeping an eye out for that. Now, in terms of what to expect, I sort of put two different columns here, regulatory, legislative, but just as an overarching matter, when the White House and the Congress are controlled by the same political party, the agenda really becomes very aligned, right? Sort of the Congress tries to execute on the White House agenda. Whereas if those two branches are in different political hands, it looks really different and it becomes sort of more obstructionist and all these things. And you may have actually a very different agenda on each side. But here we have a pretty aligned agenda. Sort of at a 10,000-foot level, on the administration side, of course, the key focus area will be COVID until the worst of the pandemic is behind us. Health equity is a key priority for the Biden administration, as well as Affordable Care Act, shoring up of that. And then they have a really strong focus on expanding primary care. They'll continue to have to staff up. So at the agency, some staff is career staff, some staff is political staff. The former kind of stays through different administrations, but the latter turns over with the new administration. And so they're kind of trying to hire up for that. What they're also doing, and this is sort of a purely administrative side that it doesn't really affect Congress, is that they have frozen certain regulations from the Trump administration. That's pretty standard for a new administration when they come in to kind of freeze some 11th hour regulations and kind of take a new look, as in, do we still want to move forward with these or do we want to go back to the drawing board? So they're still in the middle of that exercise. Everything else in terms of the normal annual, like the fee schedule and the prospective payments, this is sort of the big payment rules, seem to be going along on track in terms of timing from everything we've seen. On the legislative side, which is where we'll spend a lot of our time today, a key piece will be confirmations, of course. We're a little behind on that in the Senate. So, for example, the CMS administrator, she'll have to be confirmed here soon. COVID relief, that is sort of always my footnotes. Everything, all the topics under COVID relief, they will get bumped if the COVID numbers trend in a bad direction and we're sort of back to having to drop everything and deal with the crisis, of course. So that's always the caveat. But assuming that vaccination continues, that hopefully case numbers trend in the direction we want them to, then we will have some legislative breathing room to turn to other things, right? And those are the things here on this slide, which we'll talk about each of these. Coverage expansion, definitely drug pricing reform. That is a very hot political topic. Medicare sequestration, workforce development, and then some reform on the utilization management side. So going in turn, coverage expansions. Certainly a key priority already of the administration with sort of the support of the Congress has been shoring up the ACA. Obviously, Biden was vice president for President Obama when that was enacted, so that is sort of near to his heart. They enhanced, for example, access to the subsidies to help people pay for their premiums in the American Rescue Plan. They also, as soon as they took office, pretty much just a couple weeks later, instituted a special enrollment period for the ACA exchanges. Normally that's in the fall, but they created an additional enrollment period. And they just last week announced another 3-month extension of that because they created some, again, increased subsidies in the American Rescue Plan that will come online here in the next few days. And they just, in recognition of the fact that a lot of people have lost their employment-based coverage, wanted to give people sort of more opportunities to enroll in the exchanges. Same thing on the Medicaid side. As you know, the ACA included a really big Medicaid expansion. Majority of states have adopted that now. There's still a few holdout states. So I think the administration will try to sort of entice those states to move forward. And for example, in the American Rescue Plan, they offered enhanced federal funding for states that from this point forward, within a certain window, will expand their Medicaid. Same thing on the COBRA side, they created a temporary subsidization of premiums for people who lost their job due to the pandemic. That will eventually end, but it's just one example of sort of there's a lot of bites at the coverage apple that they will continue to advance because it's part of sort of this bigger agenda of expanding coverage. Of course, the big question on the table is, will there be a proposal for a public option? It's something that Biden supported in his campaign. There's, I think, already a Senate bill been introduced to create that. And so, but we haven't really seen a proposal from the White House yet. So remains to be seen on that. But that, if they want to go big on coverage expansion, that would certainly be something that they're looking at. Now we get into drug pricing for a little bit. As you know, in Medicare, drugs are paid either in Part B or Part D, as in David. A lot of your drugs live in Part B because they are administered via infusion, for example. So they're sort of part of the medical benefit. Part B drugs have been a very popular target in the last 6 years now, with different payment model proposals, and that's bipartisan. So for the first time we saw it was in 2016. President Obama proposed one. Then in 2018, Trump proposed a different one, but in the same space. And then most recently, Trump, at the very end of his term, proposed the most favored nation model, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, which ended up not moving forward because of a court order. None of the three has actually made it past the finish line due to serious stakeholder concern and patient groups and provider groups over just patient access concerns. But, you know, just the fact that there's been such continued, consistent interest from both parties tells me that we have not seen the last of this, probably. Part of the reason this will come back is because the savings from it can be huge. So, for example, the MFN model most recently projected an $85.5 billion reduction in the Part B drug spend. That's really tempting, right, for policymakers to see that size number. So I just feel like we'll come back to it. I also think Part B is more kind of vulnerable to these large payment models because it's much simpler than Part D, where you're dealing with a million different plans, and with the PBMs and the insurance companies. Part B is a little more straightforward. And in this case, it may be to its detriment because I think it's sort of easier to contemplate big payment models. I thought it would be useful to just quickly look back and line up where they're the same and where they were different. And I would say that the two main things all these Part B payment models had in common was they were all very long in duration, so 5 to 7 years. And every single one of them was interested in replacing that plus 6% add-on to payment with something else. There is a perception among policymakers that reimbursing these drugs at average sales price plus 6% is causing prescription of the more expensive drug. In rheumatology, a few years ago, we looked at the data and found that that's actually not true because most of the drugs have a pretty similar ASP, except for one outlier, which was more expensive, and that was actually the least prescribed. So the data in rheumatology, at least, really don't support that the percentage-based add-on is driving expensive prescribing. But this has sort of taken hold in policymakers' mind that it is, and that they should do something about that. So I assume we'll see more related to that. On the Part D as in David side, we're looking more likely at legislative reform proposals because you have to get in and actually change the statute to do some of these things versus Part B, which they've been trying to do via the Innovation Center on the regulatory side. The biggest target in Part D is the so-called non-interference clause. When Part D was created in 2003, Congress put in the NI clause, as it's often referred to, which essentially prohibits the federal government from directly setting prices in Part D. That has been a thorn in the side of people who think that the government could get a better deal if they would just allow the government to dictate prices, essentially, like they do in the VA system, for example. And that will be a target for repeal efforts. I would say that some of the longtime advocates of repealing this have started to lay the groundwork. So, for example, Bernie Sanders has long wanted to repeal the NI clause. He requested a report by the Congressional Budget Office, which is sort of a nonpartisan scorekeeper, which found that Medicare does, in fact, pay more than, for example, the VA. And several bills have already been introduced in the new Congress, some repealing just the NI clause, some with that and a bunch of other stuff. But there's definitely sort of a lot of noise around that. Now, one drawback is that CBO has also stated in the past that to get real savings, you also have to give the government essentially the power to exclude drugs. In other words, you have to give them the power to say, no, then we won't cover your drug unless you agree to this price. That is a lot less popular with voters when you poll it, because American voters do not like the idea of the federal government kind of telling them what they can and can't have. And so that'll be something they have to navigate politically in terms of how they structure a repeal if they do move forward with that. And of course, unique to Part D as well, versus Part B at least, is PBM reform, pharmacy benefit managers. I know you heard a little bit about that earlier in the day. There are some bills to create more accountability. It's funny because I think even 5 or 6 years ago, most members of Congress wouldn't know what a PBM was. But now they know, and they know that the PBMs are causing some distortions in the supply chain, that they may be actually raising prices for patients, certainly raising out-of-pocket costs for patients. They're very aggressive in utilization management. And so, I think there's more and more interest in kind of taking a look at that problem as well, either standalone or as part of a bigger package. Now, there's one concept that has been proposed for both parts of Medicare, and that is the concept of inflationary rebates, which the name is actually self-explanatory. Basically, if I'm a pharmaceutical company and I raise my price more than inflation over a given time period, say a year or a quarter, then I have to rebate the government a check, for the difference. If you were sort of telling me, Judith, put a bet on what will be enacted, this begins to look really likely. And the reason I say that is because while the details are different, this concept of inflationary rebates has showed up in the Senate and the House in both Republican and Democratic bills. And when I look at past parliamentary rulings on reconciliation, rebates seem to make the cut often, because I think the parliamentarian views them as sort of, there's not a lot of policy to them. It's just a matter of like calculating prices and then, sending incoming money into the federal government. So this is the one that I think has a very high chance of actual enactment. And you can raise quite a bit of money with it, depending on how you structure it. The scores have ranged from 40 to 70, as in 40 to 70 billion dollars. So it's not nothing. So I think this is just a very likely candidate. In the last Congress, these will both come back. We had really two comprehensive drug pricing bills that included a lot of the policies we just talked about. On the House side, there was H.R. 3, which was viewed as Speaker Pelosi's drug pricing reform bill, named after the late congressman. That actually passed the House in December 2019, but never advanced in the Senate under Mitch McConnell. And of course, now the Senate dynamics look different. So I would fully expect this H.R. 3 to make a comeback. By the time the bill was actually passed in the House, it was massive. It had 8 titles and created all kinds of new coverage. But the way it was introduced was actually a lot slimmer, and really was just a drug pricing reform bill that was the titles 1 through 3, which are listed here. It established a price control mechanism that was tied to international prices. It established inflationary rebates, like we just talked about, and it also redesigned Part D cost sharing. That has been, I would say, a bipartisan concern in Part D, that even when people reach catastrophic coverage, they're still on the hook for a 5% cost sharing. And as you well know, taking care of patients, that's a lot to ask, given the list prices of some of these products. So everyone's sort of interested in fixing that issue. On the Senate side, there was a bipartisan big bill as well. I should say, initially it was bipartisan. Then for sort of political reasons, the Democrats withdrew their support and it became sort of a Republican bill. But I would say that this is the most bipartisan product out there of the two. That did come out of committee of jurisdiction, but never went to the floor. There is no direct government negotiation or price setting authority, but it had a lot of other really big provisions, like inflationary rebates, sensing a theme here, some changes to average sales price. And so I feel like this will likely become a starting point for Senate Republicans. And in fact, at a hearing I watched last week, I saw Senator Collins of Maine sort of refer to this as a starting point that people should be amending and discussing, but this was sort of the product that she wanted to start with. Leaving aside drug pricing for a moment, the one other thing I will say about drug pricing is that Speaker Pelosi has been in the media sort of saying that they will try to use pieces of her H.R. 3 that we just talked about to pay for the infrastructure package, transportation package that they're going to be doing in the next few months. The question again will become for them, what can qualify for reconciliation from H.R. 3? Unlikely the whole bill could qualify. So I think right now they're sort of trying to figure out procedurally what are the pieces that could qualify, and is it worth doing those in this bill? Do they raise enough money? Parking aside drug pricing, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about Medicare sequestration as well. This is sort of a sequestration, as you know, is sort of a across-the-board cut on the fee schedule. In this case, the Medicare physician fee schedule, which pays all Medicare providers. You've been living with what I call the old sequester, but there's now actually a whole new sequester in play. So we'll start with the old one. You had been living with a 2% Medicare payment cut for years now. The first really big COVID relief bill last March, the CARES Act, put in place a moratorium on collection of that 2%. So that was supposed to go, that went through the end of 2020. It was then extended again at the end of 2020 through tomorrow, actually, and it will end tomorrow. I think there's a lot of bipartisan support for the idea that Medicare providers are not quite on their feet yet after all this pandemic impact on their businesses and their patients. So there's a lot of appetite to extend that moratorium. There is a standalone extension through this calendar year that was just passed by the Senate last week. It now has to be passed by the House, but their next voting day, I think, is April 13th. So there may be sort of a little bit of a gap, a lapse, but I do foresee that becoming law because there is just, it passed the Senate with sort of overwhelming support. But separately, there's now also a new sequestration in effect. And the reason that we're talking about this is that the American Rescue Plan triggered what's called PAYGO. And so essentially, unless they wipe clean the scorecard, as it's called, we are looking at another 4% cut to Medicare providers coming next fiscal year. So think of it as at the end of this year. The House passed a fix to that piece together with a moratorium extension of the 2%. But the Senate didn't pass that whole package. The Senate only addressed that moratorium on the 2%, but they didn't fix the 4%. That said, the 4% isn't an issue, again, until sort of the end of the year. They'll have to address this. I think we have it's a little more political, which if there's questions about that, I'm happy to get into that. But I think that's why the Senate ended up doing only the 2% moratorium extension. But I do think we have a really good case to say, look, come December, right? I mean, we're now looking at this moratorium ending again. So we're going to have the 2% that we were already living with sort of hitting us again. You can't then also put a new 4% on top of that, right? That's too much to ask of Medicare providers. At some point, you're just going to break the system. And so I do think eventually they will solve that. But knowing Congress, they'll probably leave it to the very last minute, and it'll become a little bit of a battle. So we'll be working on that later in the year, and I'm sure RNS will be involved in that effort as well. I wanted to touch finally on sort of two more issues, which is one of them is workforce. So I think the horrible year we've had with the pandemic really brought to the forefront something that groups like yours have known forever, which is that we have a healthcare workforce shortage in this country, and it's at all levels. It's nurses, it's specialists, it's physicians, it's physical therapists. I mean, it's sort of we have a shortage across the board. I think members of Congress have always been open to that argument, but I think now they really feel it. And I do sense that that's the case, because it became clear that hospital capacity, for example, in a pandemic is about more than just having the physical bed space. You also need people to be staffing the beds, is sort of a key piece of that. And so, I think that really brought it to the forefront with a new sense of urgency. In the CARES Act passed last March, they did include a reauthorization of the Nursing Workforce Act. That is now funded through 2024, which is good. Separately, we've also had already in the new Congress a bill introduced, which is listed here. It's bipartisan. It's by Senator Durbin, who's a Democrat of Illinois, and Senator Rubio, who's a Republican of Florida. And it kind of gets into the specific health workforce shortages issue. It talks about, COVID really brought this to the forefront, and it provides sort of additional funding, including for the nurse corps. So I think we'll see more of that, and we'll probably see some actual action. They did also pass at the end of last year some funding for 1,000 additional new residency spots, which is on the physician side. But I think there's an appreciation that this problem is sort of, it's not just doctors, it's nurses, it's everyone. And so it's going to take a multifaceted, committed approach. I wanted to touch briefly on the utilization management side. So there is definitely there are several members of Congress who have a medical background themselves. And so in their sort of past life, they dealt with insurance companies. And I think they have a keen appreciation of what you guys deal with every day in terms of fighting utilization management, which certainly in rheumatology, you may get it the worst or be among the worst in terms of what you have to deal with to get your patients treated. So on the Senate side, the Safe Step Act has already been reintroduced. Part of the challenge with getting Congress involved in some of these things is you have to find a federal hook, right? It has to be sort of, is it Medicare Advantage plans or is it ERISA plans? So they're sort of limited in what they can reach in terms of private insurers. This one in particular touches ERISA plans, and it kind of sets out more standardized and uniform and clear, transparent requirements for step therapy. And so the medical community is pretty supportive of that bill. That was also introduced last year, and again, it came back already. It's bipartisan, has strong support, so hopefully that will kind of advance through the process in the next 2 years here. And then there's a second one that the medical providers tend to like, which has not been reintroduced yet, but it was around last Congress. It was bipartisan. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be reintroduced. It may be just an issue of they haven't quite gotten there yet. This one targets Medicare Advantage plans, and it talks specifically about prior authorization versus step therapy. So, and it lays out here what they have to do. But again, it sort of make it electronic, clear, real-time decisions, and then create far more transparency for Congress to look at in terms of annually publishing their sort of decisions on prior authorization. So those are sort of the two utilization management bills that might get some airtime this Congress. And with that, I will turn it back to you and see if there's any questions.
Judith, thank you so much. That was awesome. There is actually, well, not necessarily a question, but if you can elaborate on something for us. If you could, would you be able to elaborate on the workforce bill?
Are you talking about the healthcare readiness, or let me go back here? The nursing workforce or the healthcare readiness one?
Let me see. I mean, they didn't specify.
Okay, well, I can, and I don't know if, I'm sure that after the summit, there's probably a way for me to get you some information to post or something, which I'm happy to do. But essentially, what can Congress do, right, is send more funding to training programs is really the main thing they can do. And so S54 does do that. If there's sort of, I don't think they get into specifically sort of what kinds of nurses we need, which I know, would probably be of interest to you all in terms of, is there funding specifically for sort of rheumatology nurses? I don't think they get into that level of detail. It's more of just a straight funding bill. So we'll see. I think one of the main challenges we've always had with workforce bills is the cost of them. So according to the Congressional Budget Office, right, this just sort of costs the federal government money. Now, from a pure budgetary perspective, that's true. But I think there's a really good argument to be made for, look, we've made this commitment with Medicare to people pay into the system and they expect there to be providers to care for them when they age into it. And that is a reasonable expectation. And so I think there's a policy argument to be made for why this is not sort of a line item expenditure, right? This is an investment sort of in our infrastructure. And I think more and more members of Congress are coming around to that. But that is sort of a challenge we always have. But I can certainly pull like a section by section or something and share that with you so you can take a look at it.
Awesome.
Hi, Judith.
That would be great. Thank you.
This is Kevin Lyons.
Well, I just want to thank you so much for all of your knowledge and your insight that you've given us during your session. It was totally awesome.
For sure. Great. Hey, Joni and Judith, this is Kevin Lyons. Judith, I had a question for you. So one of the tenets or the pillars that RNS is looking at is the 2015 ACR, American College of Rheumatology Workforce Report came out and showed a significant shortage of rheumatologists. And that was going to be exacerbated as time goes on for both retirements of rheumatologists and the lack of rheumatology fellows, coming into rheumatology. And so RNS is really positioned on elevating the efforts of finding, recruiting, and retaining nurses and advanced practice providers, nurse practitioners to fill some of those roles of rheumatology. Do you see from a strategist some way that we can also intertwine that with some of that legislation and the bills to where we could leverage the flow of that to amplify that message?
Yeah, I mean, I think well, one is you can just sort of go and support the bill, right, at this higher level. And I don't know if you're interested in doing sort of virtual visits, but as you do the visits to kind of point out that data, or share these data with the sponsors of the bill. Some of that depends on how granular that the bill sponsors want to get. So if they're just sort of like, look, we're going to send money to these existing programs, and then they have to sort out how to distribute the money, then that's one approach, right? Another approach could be maybe we want to think about a workforce bill that is more tailored specifically to, for example, certain like subspecialty nurses that are having pretty severe shortages already, right? Only predicted to exacerbate. That could be sort of a standalone thing. But I think your best chance of success usually at the legislative level is to find that broad coalition, like, for example, via the AAMC, which does a lot of workforce education type of expansion bills, and to just all hold hands on getting more money to medical education, from doctors to nurses to everyone else. And then, because I think the broader your coalition, the higher your chances of success. Then you can also sort of engage the agency at the back end to kind of make sure that as they're thinking about how to allocate funding within the confines of the law, that you are first and foremost on their mind, and that they understand the crisis.
No, I think that's great.
We actually did have one question come through, Judith. Have you seen areas where the time elapses to extend provisions in a bill, and is it addressed retroactively?
It's funny, we've been back and forth at our firm about this, sort of the logistics of this. So in the past, there have been times, and I don't know if now I'm going to date myself, but there was a thing called the SGR, which Congress had to essentially override every year, every 2 years, depending on how long the patch was. There were times when the override there was a lapse, right? There was a time lag. They didn't get there fast enough. In those cases, in the past, before, Medicare kind of held claims until they could get there. And then there was sort of a retroactive, like, catching up of the claims at the payment level where we wanted them. So that was one way to do it. I don't know since we've never been in this situation, right, with sort of a moratorium on a sequestration, I don't know logistically what they will do. Is it a matter of the House comes in on the 13th, they pass the bill, the Senate passes, which in the letter of the law then would be a seamless right, that it's retroactive then at that point. Does CMS then kind of catch up on the claims, or is there sort of an automatic lag anyway in claims processing where there won't be an issue because it will be only 2 weeks? That is a very open question at this point. My hope is that that Medicare can sort out the lag in a way that you won't feel it out in the real world, but that's unclear.
Well, yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, Judith.
Sure.
Really, very, very informative.
Yeah, and that was a fire hose of information you shared there, and I'm sure that we'll have the video, the replay, as well as everything you shared available to the RNS website for sure. Because I need to watch that probably about 5 more times to get everything.
I have my notebook and my pencil, and I was like keeping up and catching notes and stuff. But yeah, I'm definitely going to go back and rewatch it, all of it.
Yes, I had. There's just, I think there's so many meaning of different factors, certainly with COVID, that I had a hard time almost weeding out certain things. So like, this all matters to them. But I think, the most important thing is you can actually influence this. Your members of Congress want to hear from you, and they work for you. So they want to hear your experiences from the real world out there is important to them. So don't hesitate to reach out to them.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much again, Judith. It was wonderful to have you.
Great.
Thank you for all your knowledge and insight. Everyone else out there, don't go anywhere just yet. we have one more session for you, followed by our closing remarks, where I think I heard that there may be a prize or two given away.
That's right.
Thank you again, Judith, for joining us, and have a great rest of your day.
Right.
We'll
thank
catch you back here at 2, it looks like what, 2:25?
Yeah.
Or no, 2:30. So look at the screen. Judith, thank you so much. Thank you, Joni.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Thank you to Judith again for a fabulous presentation. So over the past 18 months, the RNS Board of Directors has felt a growing passion for the issue of disparities in healthcare. This is a growing concern that affects more patients than any of us probably realize, and not only when it comes to race, but also religion, sexual orientation, and age. I have the absolute pleasure of welcoming our last speaker of the day, Hillary Beard, who is Chief of Staff for Congresswoman Terry Sewell out of Alabama. Hillary has a passion for expanding economic and social opportunity for the residents of Alabama's 7th District. Hillary is going to share today why it is important for you and for all of us as healthcare providers to not only educate ourselves, but our coworkers as well. So please welcome me and join me in welcoming Hillary Beard. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, thank you so much, Carrie. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you great.
Okay. Great. Well, thank y'all so much for having me. This is such an honor, and I want to thank Kevin and Carrie and Michaela for helping me get on today and for inviting me to be here. So a little bit about me. My name is Hillary Beard, and I am Chief of Staff to Congresswoman Terry Sewell, who represents Alabama's 7th Congressional District. And Alabama's 7th Congressional District is Birmingham, Selma, Montgomery, Tuscaloosa, and then we have about 9 completely rural counties in between those spots. So it is a very unique congressional district in that we have both rural and urban populations, and we have a very high rural Black population. And so every indicator of poverty, whether it be in Birmingham or whether it be in Selma or Tuscaloosa, has found a home for generations in this congressional district. But the district is also home to, it's our nation's civil rights district. So as I mentioned before, it's home to Selma, Birmingham, Montgomery, Tuscaloosa, so many places where foot soldiers, particularly of the voting rights movement, fought, bled, and died for the right to vote. And then we also have in Birmingham the 16th Street Baptist Church, where the 4 little girls were killed in 1965. Those stories and those foot soldiers and those heroes are, their stories reverberate throughout our office, and we are constantly reminded of the sacrifices that they made to make this country better. And we are honored every day to be able to represent them. And I would consider, I've been with the Congressman since 2011, and I would consider being able to meet some of those foot soldiers and some of those heroes of the civil rights movement and their families. The greatest honor of being in this position with the Congresswoman. And I'm so honored to have been allowed to be to be invited into their spaces and being able to worship with them and learn with them and laugh with them. And it's been the honor of a lifetime to be able to meet those folks. So when it comes to healthcare, of course, we, like I said, we have a unique district, and a large population of our district is made up of folks who are both rural and Black. So they are part of the most overlooked and underserved population in the country. And so we have in Birmingham, we have UAB, we have access to some of the best medicine and some of the best medical research in the country, yet we have constituents who live in Birmingham and in the Black Belt who will never have access to that medicine because of transportation barriers and the like. So I'm going to tell 3 stories today about 3 constituents whose stories kind of intersect at poverty and race, and what we think some of the solutions to these problems are that these women have faced. So the first one is a woman named Pamela Rush, and she is from Lowndes County, which is a rural county in Alabama's Black Belt at neighbors Montgomery, Alabama. So if you think, I know you've all read about the Selma to Montgomery marches. So 1965, so the marchers marched from Selma through Lowndes County to Montgomery. It's an ultra-rural county. Pamela Rush, we first encountered Pamela Rush a few years ago when we were working on a wastewater issue in Lowndes County. And the wastewater issue, if you live in a rural area, you know that you have to have a septic tank, as opposed to someone that lives in an urban area. You're on a municipal line. But if you live in a rural area, you have to pay for the installation and the maintenance of the septic tank, and that can be up to $15,000 a year. And the soil in Alabama's Black Belt makes it more difficult to install these tanks and to keep them to a certain standard and keep them from having maintenance issues. So they're even more expensive in the Black Belt. And I believe that the average family income, the median household income in Lowndes County is probably something like $19,000 a year. For a family of four. District-wide, it's $32,000 a year. So a $15,000 septic tank is, you just can't afford it. And so a couple of generations back, folks started making straight pipe septic systems. So as you would imagine, just a straight pipe from the house to the yard. And so we first met Pamela through when we were working on this issue and trying to get septic tanks. We've been successful in being able to get through the USDA some wastewater assistance for rural families. But Pamela Rush she lived in a mobile home, and she had one of these straight pipe septic systems. Her mobile home was falling in around her. She suffered from diabetes and heart disease and a myriad of other chronic conditions. Lowndes County has no hospitals, has one primary care physician. She had the wastewater issue, so she literally had puddles of raw sewage in her yard. There's footage of Bernie Sanders going to visit her house and seeing this raw sewage in the yard. We have been there, completely unacceptable in 2020. This was 2020 it was 2018 when we first visited with her. So every single indicator of poverty found a home in this woman's life. She didn't have reliable access to a car. And so last year, unfortunately, she passed from COVID. And so, we know that Black Americans are more likely to die of COVID-19. But Pam's cousin told me that Pam was very serious about going to the doctor and getting wellness checks. But that if she had known that she had COVID, she would have gone to the doctor a lot earlier than she did, but she didn't have access to a car to get there. So had she gone earlier, she would still be alive today. And so, there are all these stories, and I'm going to tell two more, where access to transportation is a barrier to healthcare, and is a barrier in many ways to life. So there's a second story that I'm going to tell. And the second story is about a constituent named Myra Powell, and her story is highlighted in articles as well. And I'm going to share an article in the chat about the access to to labor and delivery services in rural areas. And you can see here there's a map here that shows down towards the bottom. It has three pictures of Alabama, 1980, 2008, and 2017. The red counties are the counties without labor and delivery units. And so you see that the counties without labor and delivery units and obstetrical services has just exponentially grown from 1980 to today. In 1980, there was 9 rural counties without obstetrical services. Today, there are 38 without obstetrical services. So Myra Powell, I'll tell you her story. Myra and her fiance, Steph, they live in Montgomery, Alabama. She and her fiance didn't own a car, but they live 5 minutes from the hospital. So this is in one of those counties actually with labor and delivery services. So if she's having this issue, imagine what folks in neighboring Lowndes County are experiencing. During her pregnancy, she had been to the emergency room 3 times with headaches, excessive vomiting, and bleeding. And during her regular OB appointment, she was just diagnosed with severe nausea. During her pregnancy, she and her fiance would play jazz, Beyonce, and Jennifer Hudson for the babies. Myra would scour Facebook Marketplace for secondhand baby items to buy. Just like every expecting parent, they were excited. And one day before she was rushed to the hospital, she bled so much on her bedroom that they had to replace bedroom carpet, that they had to replace the carpet. Once the ambulance arrived, its lights and sirens were never turned on. The ambulance stopped at every red light and stop sign. They got to the first hospital only to find that they needed to be transferred to another hospital with a neonatal intensive care unit. The nurse argued with the paramedic about getting Myra to the hospital 10 minutes away. Eventually, when the paramedic agreed to load Myra back into the ambulance, the nurse rode with her, holding her hand. Again, the ambulance's sirens were not turned on. The driver didn't treat his transport as the life or death situation that it was. Myra made it to the next hospital and was met with the medical staff who did all they could, but Myra lost both babies that day. Their names were going to be Silas and Stefan after the mother, after Myra's fiance. The doctor said that if Myra had gotten there any later, Myra would have died as well. She and her family were left wondering if her babies would have survived if they had arrived earlier, if the paramedics had treated her situation like the emergency it was. Myra's placenta had detached, causing her to hemorrhage, leading to the deaths of her babies. She was diagnosed with HELLP syndrome, which kills up to 30% of women who have it. She says she wished she knew about HELLP syndrome before it took the lives of her babies and almost hers. We originally learned about her story from an article on AL.com. In the article, it tells the story of the emotional journey that Myra and Steph are going through as they continue to mourn the loss of their children and seek a better life for themselves, live in public housing in Montgomery. There are a lot of reasons why Black, poor, and Southern women and babies die at higher rates than their counterparts: poverty, lack of transportation, medical professionals who don't believe women in pain, inadequate access to care, low Medicaid reimbursement rates, the list goes on and on. And we have to ask ourselves today if, it would have made a difference if Myra lived in better housing, if she had a car, if she had been diagnosed with HELLP instead of nausea in her prenatal appointments, if the paramedics had gotten her to the right ER sooner, if they had turned on their lights, if they had not stopped at stop signs, if they had believed her. We don't know, but what we do know is that with political will, we can change each of the factors that contributed to the deaths of Myra's babies. So just a few steps away from where Myra lives is the Alabama State Capitol. And there is a statue there of a gynecologist named, his name is John Marion Sims, I believe. He's called the father of modern gynecology, and he's responsible for pioneering many of the things that we still use in gynecology today. He experimented on Black women, he experimented on slaves without anesthesia because he believed then that Black women do not experience pain. And today we know that that belief is still held by many in the medical community, and it's very important. I think that the name of y'all's conference today is so important. Racial disparities in healthcare: be informed and protect your patients, because this change in beliefs about pain and whether Black women experience pain, you are at its source, and you can do everything that you can to change that between yourself and your colleagues. It's still believed today that a AAMC report that came out a couple of years ago found that half of white medical trainees believe such myths as Black people have thick skin or less sensitive nerve endings than white people. They are not long forgotten 19th century relics. They are notions that are still harbored by many today. And so, whenever I think about the fact that at our state capitol, we have this statue of this man who built his wealth and built his notoriety on the backs of enslaved women who he experimented on without anesthesia and without consent, and that we're benefiting from that today, and that his statue is up at the state capitol is quite disturbing. And so, and then I think about Myra, who lives right down the street and who lost both of her babies, possibly because the paramedic who took her to the hospital didn't believe that Black women experienced pain and didn't believe her story about her own pain. So you see how these stories from throughout our history are still relevant today, and how we all can play a part in changing this trajectory. My last story today is about a senior citizen in Selma, Alabama, the congressman's hometown. We get calls often on our office phones from constituents who need rides to the doctor's office. And Eva called one day. She's 81 years old. She is a dual eligible. She's diabetic. She doesn't have a car. When she has to go to the doctor, she pays the kids next door to drive her there. So she uses her Social Security check, part of her Social Security check, $30 at a time to get to the doctor. And now the doctor, Selma, is it's a mid-sized town, 19,000 people. And so she since she's 81 years old, she can't, go 5 minutes to the pharmacy. She can't walk there. She can't go just, walk to the hospital. She has to have a ride to get there. So when she can't afford to pay the boys to take her to the doctor, she misses her appointments. And in addition to diabetes, she has neuropathy. So she can't cut her toenails due to the potential consequences of the cut she cannot either feel or that will not heal. So since there's no public transportation in Selma, she can't afford to pay for transportation. She has to wait until her nails are so long that she can't walk to get to the doctor. And so when she would call every few weeks. This was a few years ago. Sorry, my story is a little bit off now, but every few weeks she would call and would say, I need a ride to the doctor. Well, we can't do that. So she'll call back a few weeks later and she says, I wasn't able to get to the doctor, but I ended up in the emergency room because that's what I normally do whenever I get into an emergency situation or whenever I haven't been able to cut my toenails, is I call the ambulance. And she was in the hospital for a month after that because she had almost bled out because she simply did not have a ride to the doctor's office. And so this is, there are trend lines in all three of these stories, in this Eva story and Myra's story and Pam's story. And, transportation is one of them. Poverty is another one. There is, in Myra's story, you see this, the paramedics didn't believe that she was in pain. But all of this could be prevented through a myriad of both political solutions, but also solutions that are market driven and that are driven by healthcare professionals. So these are the issues that we work on every day. And a bill that I'm really excited about that our health team is introducing is, I think we introduced it a couple of weeks ago, is the multi-cancer early detection bill. You'll see throughout these stories also that there's a disparity in diagnosis. From Pamela, who was diagnosed with COVID late, who didn't know she had it, she could still be alive today had she been diagnosed earlier and gotten to the doctor earlier. Myra, early diagnosis could have saved her children's lives. And then Eva, her story is one of diabetes and chronic illness and all of this, and she's constantly taking the ambulance to get to care. And so the multi-cancer early detection bill is making sure that Medicare will reimburse for multi-cancer early detection technology so that when folks get to the doctor to get a screening for cancer, they're not just getting screened for one cancer, but they're getting screened for multiple. The technology is there. We just have to make sure that our Medicare policies are in line with the technology so that the most underserved patients can access that technology. So I put in the queue, I put an article in the queue. I'm going to put one more in the queue about Myra's story. And the title of that story is Black Poor Southern, one of the deadliest demographics for pregnant women in America. And I encourage everyone to take a look at those when you get a chance. So I guess at this time we can open it up to questions, if that is okay.
Yes. Hi, Hillary.
Hey, Carrie.
Thank you. My goodness, those are heartbreaking stories. And that's only 3. I'm sure you hear a lot more than that.
Yeah. We get phone calls all the time from folks with just heartbreaking stories. And in recent years, since I've moved up in the office, I've become less. I don't answer the phones as often as I used to because I'm dealing with other things. But every time I do, just last week I was in the office and I was answering some. And the reality is that I live in DC and I live very much in a sheltered world from outside of these phone calls, outside of correspondence with constituents. Outside, I live in a bubble. I'm going to be honest with you, from these stories and but people are hurting. People are really suffering, and in districts like ours, they suffer. There's not really, they suffer worse during economic downturns. But they've always been, generations of poverty and neglect at the state level, and policies that have left them behind have contributed to these negative trends. And like I said earlier, political will is the only thing that's standing in the way of a lot of the solutions that could turn the tide for these folks. Right.
So what do you suggest then? So you said you used to answer the phone, so you would hear from these patients or people, constituents. How do we urge them to get their point across, and what can we do as nurses?
Yeah. So I think as nurses, I have a hard time putting into words how important and critical I think that nurses are to fixing these issues. And I know that nurses are on the front lines of these issues, and that for many of the constituents that we represent, and many like it across the country, the help that they've gotten from the care that they've gotten from a nurse is the only reason they're alive today. And I have several friends back home who are nurses at UAB and Brookwood and all of this, and I am just constantly in awe of the work that they do. So I'm having a hard time articulating how I feel about how
okay,
I feel about yeah. But I will say that you are on the front lines, and it's up to nurses and folks every day to make sure that you're not contributing to that belief that certain folks can't feel pain or certain folks aren't honest about their pain and all of this. A few years ago, I met with some women this was during the height of the opioid epidemic. And I met with some women from the district who had sickle cell. And they came in and they were telling me their stories, and they were in tears, and they were saying, we're in the height of the opioid epidemic, and the only treatment that we have for sickle cell, there's no treatment for it, but there's treatment for the symptoms, and the treatment for the symptoms is pain medication. And so one woman said, she looked at her friend and she said, well, whenever I go to the emergency room to get my medicine, I dress up so that I don't look like a pusher. Another woman said, well, that's interesting because I take my makeup off, and I don't, to imagine as a white woman having to dress up or dress down because the doctor or the nurse is not going to believe that I'm in pain. That's something that I've never had to comprehend myself. And so, these women both had different ways that they dealt with that, and dealt with, being distrusted. So So I think that's certainly one way that you can help, and also to inform your fellow medical professionals of those realities. And also, I cannot stress enough the importance of knowing who your congressperson is and weighing in with them and going to their town halls if they have them, and holding them accountable. You can type into Google, find your representative, and there's a page that pops up, and you just type in your zip code, and you can find out who your representative is. And it's okay if you don't know who it is currently. There's shame in that. But it's the house.gov website, and you can go and type in your zip code and find out who your congressperson is. So always make sure to be, as a medical professional, I think, one of the best kinds of calls and letters that we can get are from medical professionals in the field who know what they're talking about and are on the front lines of these stories. So always weigh in with your congresspeople and your senators. That helps too. I think, did I answer both your questions?
Yeah, no, you did. I was going to say, I actually recently, within the last year or so, had a patient who we were so frustrated trying to get her medications. It was more like a Medicare issue. And I'm like, you need to reach out to your congressperson.
Yep.
And, a lot of times they don't know that, but that is something we can help with. RNS actually does have the Voter Voice site that you can go in and find your representative as well. But it's so hard it was hard for me to put into words what she was going through. So I really encouraged her to kind of step up and talk to somebody. And back to your point about Myra and the pain, and it's hard to wrap your head around that actually being an issue in 2021 now, right?
Yeah.
But we're seeing it with the COVID vaccines. African Americans they don't trust our medical professionals, and it's so hard as a nurse for me personally. That's the first thing you do when you meet with a patient is build this relationship of trust, and it's not easy, but I think that's probably one of the most important things that we really need to focus on as healthcare professionals.
That's right. Yeah, and I failed to mention in my opening that Alabama is also home to the Tuskegee experiment.
Right.
And, for 40 years, it's often so unbelievable to me that this was not something that I learned about in school. But for 40 years, the government experimented on Black men in Alabama without their consent. Many died and didn't treat it. It was syphilis. And, then you hear about stories like Henrietta Lacks, and you hear about stories about this doctor, Marion Sims, who founded so many of the techniques and tools that we use in medicine today by experimenting on Black people and minorities for free and without consent. And so yeah, we spend and part of the reasons why that was so cruel, what the government did, is that for generations, we're going to be having minorities are less likely to participate in clinical trials. That's a generational problem that contributes to these health disparities. That's not something you can fix overnight, and so you have to ask yourself often, if this was my family story, if my family or my ancestors had been through this, would I trust a clinical trial? Would I go, jump in line to get a vaccine? So what we've been doing is that the Congresswoman has been spending a lot of time in the district talking to people about the vaccine and educating people on the vaccine and all of this. And it's a hurdle that we have to talk about a lot in our district. But even the trust issue leads to folks not wanting to get the vaccine, which leads to, the possibility that they're still going to be dying at higher rates next year. It's just so incredibly cruel.
Yeah.
And it's a cycle. And it's something that I think we all need to if anybody on the call doesn't know what the Tuskegee study is, again, there's no shame. You just need to read up on it and read up on Henrietta Lacks and understand what this institutional how institutional racism has been built into our medical system, but also how much our medical system has benefited on the backs of Black Americans without their consent.
You know, that actually triggered something for me, and I hadn't, until you brought up the Tuskegee Airmen, I had forgotten about this patient, but it's been quite a few years ago. It was one of our patients who has rheumatoid arthritis, and she was on a biologic, and she was doing pretty well, but she wasn't really great at articulating what was going on with her. And so one day I got this very angry call from her husband, who he was actually a Tuskegee Airman, and he went on to explain to me that he does not trust us. He doesn't trust what we're putting into her body is actually helping her. And I had to go back, you know, and educate not only myself, but then think about from his perspective what that must be like. And it's very difficult to do, and that never would have even entered my mind. He was just so angry, but I until he told me, you know, his backstory, I was like, wow, I would have never, that would not have even entered my mind.
That's right.
So it's definitely, it definitely still resonates with us. And we did have a comment, and I wanted to share that with you. It's from Gwen Robinson. So thanks, Gwen, for listening. And she's been an RNS member for a long time. And her comment was, I am a Black woman, and I personally have experienced pain. So thank you for your passion.
Thank you so much, Gwen. I really appreciate that. And I just want to comment that I am taking a place of today in this conversation with our fellow Danielle King, who's sick this week, and I know that she would be able to speak to these issues a lot better than I can. And so I come to this, you know, to this forum today humbly, and thank you all for letting me speak on this issue that I know about from my work, but that I don't. That I have not experienced myself. So I appreciate you, Gwen.
We appreciate you being here too last minute. That means a lot. You did a great job. Those stories are so impactful. I think that's always so good for us to hear. So you did an amazing job. I thank you. Do we have any other questions? Anybody else? All right. Well, if not, again, Hillary, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Look forward to working with you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Carrie.
You're welcome. Thank you. So everybody hold tight, and we'll be back in just a little bit to close out our day.
All right, and we are back live, and welcome back, everyone. Oh my goodness, committee. You guys did an amazing day today putting that together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Great day. Thank you guys for all your help.
For sure. So let's go around the room, and we had quite a few speakers. We covered a lot of different topics. I can't get off this last presenter, Hillary, and her stories. I mean, we were just talking off camera about there's thank goodness that we are focusing as RNS on healthcare disparities, and this is past time of really putting this emphasis on that.
Yeah, as nurses, we're all about case studies and personal stories. So I think Hillary really hit home with that. All of our presenters were great though today. Brian, great job. I mean, breaking down everything that goes into step therapy was,
Right.
whew, it's a lot, right? We don't know all of that necessarily being behind the scenes. But yeah, I mean, he really did a great job of explaining it, and you can tell he's passionate about what he does.
Yeah, and for sure. And that resource that he shared is on the CSRO website, where you can actually see each of the, you can click on each of the states and see where they're at in step therapy and where they're at in the different policies and so forth. So I'm sure we can get that link, for everyone that would like that. So that, yeah, he did a great job, bringing that in. I love that, how we started with state and then started moving towards, federal, and then Dr. Levin. I mean, he's a fire hose anytime you put him on.
He's passionate.
Yes.
He gets a little fired up about the PBMs, but it's good for us to know that. And I think when you have somebody like that that's fired up, it kind of it's contagious. So I think we all got a little angry after that session, hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, so Joni, and like in your clinical setting, I mean, do you, like, when you're having issues with prior authorizations or you're going through that process, I mean, is it top of mind to you that, you're encountering some issues with PBMs and their interplay, or?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I have it written down right here that we see this more than with one patient a day. It's more than not. You're having more pushback from insurance companies on initial treatment and stuff like that. And, I find myself all the time and hear other people saying, like, why does this keep happening? It's because the insurance companies can do it. And that's when, I'm like, we need to step up. We need to start reaching out to our legislature and letting them know what's going on. Because, it's heartbreaking because you see these patients day in and day out who need help and they need this certain treatment. They have a doctor who's sitting in front of them and sees them and has treated them for however long, and this is what they need to have. And then you get so much pushback from the insurance company. So it's, I think this today as a whole is just incredible as to what's the next step.
Yeah, and I think even Joni, to your point, this sounds like an opportunity for us to use this in our chapters, like we've discussed, on a state level, because it starts at state, and that's where a lot of the stuff, that's where the impact happens. And I know you were talking to me offline even about a patient that you were having the same kind of thing with, and going back to that CSRO tool, I will say is really beneficial for you guys to go back if you have a specific state that you're looking to take action on. Because there's a map on that tool that actually teaches you what, based off the flow of your situation, you can take these actions. And sometimes it's a sticker that you can put on the top of a prior authorization and fax it back that says the statute that says, this is fine, like bypass the prior authorization piece of it. So I would encourage you guys to always, reach out to us, check out the Action Center, and make sure that you stay informed, you and your patients.
So, Amy, I have a question. And if you do want to reach out to your legislator, do you start at the state level, or is it local in a district? What would be the best, where do you start?
Yeah, that's a great question, right? I would say definitely start local, right? Because you just go onto the RNS Action Center, look up your representative, your senator, send them an email. If they're doing meet and greets, in the COVID environment, I'm not sure right now. It depends, so you'll need to look at those kind of guidelines. But just start to build that relationship. If we weren't in a pandemic, I would say ask them to go to coffee, send them an email, build relationship with their whole office, which is actually an important point to make too. Don't just go straight to, the congresswoman or the congressman, like go build an office connection first, because those are the people, the staffers, they're so knowledgeable when it comes to all the access issues and priorities of the congresswoman or congressman that they're working on, that start there, and say, I want to start providing value. I'm your constituent. I'm a nurse in this area. I want to be able to share things that are important to me. You don't want to spam them, right? Because they're very busy people, but they work for you. And so I think that that's the best way to kind of start building some relationship in a COVID environment, is to start by doing some emails and reaching out.
No, I don't think a lot of people know that they can do that. So that's,
yeah.
And don't be discouraged if you get a meeting and it's with a staffer. I mean, don't be disappointed. They're your go-to. That's who you get in and talk to, whoever will listen. I know the federal level, we did a couple of Zoom calls, so they will do like Zoom meetings. So at least you can, for the most part, get like some sort of face-to-face contact. Which does help. But yeah, I definitely agree. Starting out at your local level and move your way up from there.
Yeah, and then they'll start to see your name and things around, like being an organization with the RNS and having a sign-on letter, and they'll start to know who you are based on the fact that you're active as a constituent of theirs, and your name will rise to the top, so that when they do start to hear from you, they'll be like, oh, okay, that's Joni. Like she's fired up about her patients. I need to give her some time, because not only is she my constituent, but she cares about the things that I need to be working on. And you can become a subject matter expert to them in that field. Yep.
So, Amy, I've been doing some exploring, in our South Carolina legislative actions and all, and clicked on some of the links. And one of the things that I have found hard is that if I click a link, it will take me to like a summary document that says, wherefore, as of upon this day, with Bill 3052-10, to add the phrase, and it becomes this long legalese.
Oh, sure.
App of the bills and everything, but I'm not able to find the exact content of it. I was able to find out one piece of legislation where hidden in sort of, they delineate where it is in the legislature, which committee it's in, where it is in the process.
Mm-hmm.
Attached to that is a Word document that for one of the bills, I was able to understand a bit better what the proposed changes were.
Yeah.
Got any suggestions as to how we can navigate, piece out what we need to know from that wordy document?
Yeah, that's a great question, Karen. I will say this: the RNS is continuing to educate on the subject of advocacy. There's a lot of work to be done, and even in this conversation, a recap, I wouldn't be able to do it justice, but I can tell you I can work with you offline as well. If you go to the Action Center, you can look at the bill summary. So I'm happy to help with those things for anybody who's out there listening. Please just email us at advocacy@rnsnurse.org, and I'm happy to walk you through that, Karen, as well as anybody else who is listening, because it can be discouraging. I can understand that, because it does come across as a lot of legalese at times. So I'm happy to help.
Well, I love what you've done so far with the Advocacy Center, because it allows us to drill down on a federal level and on a state level. And so to get a better feel for what's out there, what's being done around the country, on a local level. So thank you. You've done a good job with the Advocacy Center.
I think that's one of the things that, what Brian did with CSRO is, and I think it took a whole team, like almost full time, to constantly say, okay, what's in these bills? What's in the policy?
Oh, yeah.
Because many times the bill is not something just like, this one action. I mean, it could be, there could be so much pork in that bill, or it could be all types of other things wrapped in. But you have to kind of pull those layers back. But that's where, as a committee, as as the three of you and the RNS board and RNS members really start looking at these bills and becoming more and more familiar with them, you'll be able to identify in these bills, those keywords and those phrases of like, oh, okay, this is dealing with PBMs, or this is dealing with a Medicare Part B issue. So yeah, it takes all of us to look at those and pull them all together. You got to think, you see these, have you ever watched C-SPAN, which, not saying that we all should, sit and, watch hours and hours of C-SPAN, but, you see those boxes and boxes of papers of, like when they print out one of the bills, and, and you're like, how in the world are they going to go through that and read that and vote on that, like in 4 hours, as they're all rushing into, the chambers to issue their vote. And it's, they have staffers, they know what are in those bills far before they actually get to the point of, being placed there. So it's a constant thing. And I think one of the things that I think Judith did a fantastic job on is sharing, we have a new Congress. And this just, I knew this before, but it didn't hit me. And so I think I was having a conversation with someone from CSRO last year. They said, do you realize that when a new Congress is seated, that all the business of the old Congress stops and that everything starts over, and it's like a whole new process. And for her to be able to, just kind of go through all of the stuff that she did, and we definitely will need to have that recording up available for on the website, because that was a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it's hard to believe that Congress changes over like that, and you're like, wait, all the work that was just done, either it goes or you start over. So yeah.
All these advocacy groups that have been doing it for years, that I love, that would be so. It's gotta be frustrating when you put so much time and effort into something, and then look. That's what they're used to. So that's what we have to do. That's why we
have a lot of new things going up on the Advocacy Action Center after this talk today, ladies. So everybody stay tuned for that. But
and we have some prizes. We have some prizes coming up.
Is it time to give some prizes away?
I think it is just about time for prizes. Let me just take a quick look here.
Team.
As I'm going through the back end of the system, I always feel like romper room when I'm doing this. It's like, okay, I see this person, I see that person.
Yep.
And so I know, Judith was amazing, and of course, we wrapped up with Hillary, which, the stories, I love the fact that we can bring it back to, the actual human impact that's there. We had the lady who was going to be on instead of Hillary. She was also sharing with us how they were really having to struggle with getting vaccines into some of the populations that they had. They had the facility, they had, the population that was willing to have it. But just because of the socioeconomic, and you hate to say racial, classification of a geographic area, they were not getting deliveries of the vaccine. So, I mean, we're seeing the healthcare disparities all over the place with this.
Kevin, before we do prizes, you guys are going to notice on your screen, we want to hear how today went for you. If you have any questions or any additional thoughts on sessions to cover, what was your favorite, please make sure you do take that short survey while we give out the prizes so that we can hear more about what you guys want.
So you'll see that if you're on the rnsevents.org website, you'll see that on the right-hand side. If you're on any of our social channels, inside the comments, Katrina, Chloe, Michaela, a lot of our team members have posted a link to where you can actually log into our interaction platform, and you too can take that poll, because we really need to hear from you. I mean, it's impossible for a small committee to actually drive the entire agenda of policy for a national organization that really takes many, many, many ears and eyes and hearts and brains to kind of like pull all of this together. It takes, not to be passe, but it takes a village of knowledge of pulling that together to drive a national association. Okay, so we have some winners, and I think it'd be fun, Amy, do you have it to where you can, actually, I'm going to copy and paste these into the text message, because I'm always the one who's stuck giving away all the prizes because I see them on my screen. So we're going to give this to you, committee, and here we go. And disregard the last thing where they're asking me about questions. So we have 4 winners. And did y'all get that text message?
Got it.
Hey, fancy technology. Okay. So first up, I think Carrie should do the Starbucks card.
Okay.
And, Joni, why don't you do the Amazon gift card? And
Love it.
then Karen, the Uber Eats. And then who wants to do the Dunkin' Donuts?
I'll do that too.
There you go. Awesome.
Sounds great.
All right, are we ready?
Let's go.
There was a drum roll, I would say now. So, Starbucks gift card goes to, I hope I'm not butchering your name, but Ronnie Doshi.
Yay.
Yay, Ronnie.
Go get yourself caffeinated.
That's right.
All right. The Amazon gift card goes to Gwen Robinson. Hi,
Gwen.
Gwen.
Yay,
Yeah.
Gwen.
And Gwen, thanks for your comment.
Yeah.
That was, we all needed to hear that. And that's the first time I've heard that story, which tells me that, I need some education. I mean, we need some education of, that. I mean, when I would hear the story of the Tuskegee Airmen, I heard the grandiose story of, this amazing group of Black airmen who, fought in the war and did all these amazing things. I didn't know that there was another side of the experiments and the other things that happened. And so that was touching. That was touching. That was eye-opening.
Yeah. So the Uber Eats gift card goes to Nancy Sanchez.
Yay.
Yay. Congrats, Nancy.
And then the last gift card is a Dunkin' Donuts gift card, and that one goes to Gwen Robinson.
Awesome.
Yay.
Hey, all right.
Yay. Thank you all. And be sure to reach out to, should be events at RNS Nurse, Amy, or advocacy at?
Advocacy at rnsnurse.org, and we will get you guys connected and help you guys have your voice heard.
Yeah, and so advocacy, rnsnurse.org also, if you just won one of our prizes, if you could reach out to us, because we want to make sure that we get that prize to you. So advocacy at rnsnurse.org. And again, that was Ronnie, Gwen, Nancy, and Gwen. So thank you all. Well, committee, any closing comments as we wrap up?
It was a great day. Thank you guys all for joining us.
Engagement.
Yeah, it was great. So go out and keep advocating.
For sure. And I mean, and stay tuned because RNS, we have a lot of things. Oh, I also want to I'm sorry to hold y'all one more second. We had some messages come in. Nancy Sanchez, she posted, she took action today. So thank you, Nancy.
Awesome.
For that. Ronnie took action today. Thank you so much. And I'm probably missing, quite a few here. But if you've taken action, let us know. Come back and, put a comment, post this, on social media, email us. We want to know, we want to celebrate with you. Also share with your colleagues, with your friends, because you don't have to be just, you don't have to be a healthcare professional, or you don't have to be a nurse practitioner or a nurse or whatever to take action. Anyone can take action on these items. So you can have your family, your friends jump into this and jump on the Voter Voice and take action on these, very, very critical, policies and bills.
Yeah. Advocacy is definitely, healthcare affects all of us, right? So
right.
I'll echo Kevin's sentiments and go ahead and head on over to the Action Center and make sure you take action if you haven't. Thank you all for your time today. We'd
also like to thank Amgen, Bristol Myers Squibb, Janssen, and Pfizer as our national advocacy sponsors. And then we thank you for support for the summit by Pfizer. And
yes,
we just appreciate everything that you guys have done today and made this such a special time for us all.
Yep.
All right. Until next time.
See you guys soon. Bye.